All right, fantastic. I wanted to welcome everybody to the Los Angeles Tribune Australian Marketing Show. My name is Michael Silvers. It's great. I came on and he'll have to, the music will get killed in a second, but it's not that. It's really about the excitement of what we're doing and everything that we do every single day. And what happens is life is sometimes about a loop, right? So that's the music was on what you call a loop, which is a great thing to do. And sometimes it just wants to go on its own loop and there's absolutely nothing you can do about it. So I wanted to welcome everybody today. I think you guys got that, right? I'm not an Aussie, but we have Aussies coming on all day today. It's about Australia, it's about New Zealand, but it's a worldwide market. This show is going to be watched worldwide. This show is going to be watched by everybody we know from the Los Angeles Tribune, really in all of our markets all around the world. And the great thing about that, it's how we drive this and how we make a difference every single day. So I'm going to bring up my two other co-hosts in a second, but what I want you to do is a couple things. I want you to be able to share this. So as you're listening to this, make sure that you share it with 25 other people. You want to share this with 25 other people. And what the team is going to do in a minute or two is they're going to grab the link. Let's just do from Facebook for the moment and grab the Los Angeles Tribune and grab this show, right? And post it so you can just grab that and you can click that and really share it around. So first of all, I want to give a thunderous round of applause for everybody who put this show together. I want to give a thunderous round of applause for those that are on watching us. But everybody, make sure there it is right there. Make sure that you take that link and you share it around. The other thing, too, that's going to happen as more and more of you get on here, because it takes time, is first of all, for those who know me and know who we are, please share this with everybody you know. Make sure you get this out because it's about, oh, okay, there we go. Let's do something really quick, actually. Why don't you go ahead and let us know where you're calling in from? I see there's right now, there's the Philippines, fantastic. United States is in the house. Australia is absolutely in the house. Singapore, this is fantastic. Malaysia, we have people on from Puerto Rico. This is where we go all around. Tasmania's in the house. Canada's in the house. Australia, there's Australia again. Brisbane, Perth, Sydney. Here they go. Western Australia. This is Tasmania again. The Bay Area in California. The Philippines is here. Melbourne is here. And this is the great thing is that it becomes this worldwide show. It becomes this thing that a lot of people are going to see. Some people watch it now. Some people watch it on Facebook. You got Facebook. We have our LinkedIn. We have YouTube. We have Twitch. And we should talk about Twitch, how you use that in marketing. And it just gets better and better as we do this. Because what this is about is this is the Los Angeles Tribune first show out of Australia. And the great thing about that is it's really about how that presence is made and how we do the things that we do so well together. And it's really taking ourselves and looking at ourselves and saying, how do I take my business from here to here? So without any further ado, wanted to bring on with thunderous excitement my two co-hosts for the day. Let's bring on, and there we go. Let's bring on Mr. Jeff Ross and Jane Slack Smith. Let's give them a thunderous round of applause. So you two, you excited for the day?
Oh, Michael, this is so exciting. This is so exciting. I've got to say it's warm here, but it's going to heat up today with the guests that we've got coming on.
Yes, it does. And Jeff, how's it down in Tasmania?
Well, I don't know about warm. I'm actually freezing cold down here in Tasmania. Winter's come early. But what does Crocodile Dundee say? That's not a knife. This is a knife. That's probably how excited I am.
Oh, I love it. What's amazing is that our first guest coming up, and I'm just going to text him because he's going to pop on, is Mr. Joseph McClendon III. And the greatest thing about Joseph, let alone he just did the tour in Australia, and he's going to be back in Australia, right, just in a couple of weeks, is he's been in front of 6 million people worldwide in 82 countries. And there's not many of us on the planet who have done that. And he's toured with the likes of Tony Robbins, obviously for 30 years, right? Mm-hmm. He's been on stage and been on tours with Deepak Chopra. I could go on and on and on with all the greatest thought leaders. And he's led the stages and opened the stages and has, his own stages. And he's coached so many people from Hollywood and from so many others. So I'm just going to ping him for a minute, pull myself down. I'll be right back up. But each one of you here he is. He's always on time.
I've got to say, Joseph, everyone just grab your pens and paper while we're waiting for Joseph, because the nuggets that he's going to drop coming up are just so amazing that you're just going to keep having to take some notes.
It really is. And it's about that and that's great that you said that. I want to say a couple of things. Jeff, if you can put the link, first of all, the first thing you want to do is you want to register for this show today. You want to make sure you're registered, because what we're going to do is we're going to have a post call in a week from now for all of you, and really go over what you learned. We're going to talk about the learnings, the education, what we did, from a marketing perspective, a media perspective, and just go through those little questions you might have. And you only get invited to that if you've registered. So we'll make sure that we put the link down there to register. Yep, no worries. The other thing too is make sure that you're sitting back today. We go straight 5 hours. We don't take a break. We have Mr. Dan Kennedy with us today. We have one of the greatest marketers of all time. We have Paul Dunn, who's just known around the world, and you'll hear everything he's done. There's so many great people on. We're really excited. And with that, we're going to get rocking and rolling. But make sure that everybody shares this with at least 25 other people. Share this with 25 other people, because what that does is who surrounds you, who's in your circle, and who is it that you want to get the education, the learning. Let me tell you something else. In 3 months, we're going to have the Los Angeles Tribune Australian Leadership Show. And let me tell you, with that, we're going to be looking for leaders and thought leaders, and we've already got a slide on that. We're going to start building that out. There you go. So we're really going to take a look at leadership and who it is and how to work that. And we already have May 23rd at 9 a.m. Sydney time scheduled. So we're really excited by that. So Jane, we're going to say not goodbye, but we'll see you in just a couple minutes. Yeah. It's so great to have you on. And from the perspective of the next gentleman I'm about to bring up, by the way, see, he doesn't know I already did his whole intro. Not only did I tell him about his world renown and rocket ship and going to other planets and taking people there. I mean, I literally went through everything already, Joseph. So we got pretty excited. So I'm going to bring you to the stage, and without any further ado, thunderous round of applause. You can put a 5 in the chat. If you want to put a 5 in the chat, let's put a 5 in the chat and give a thunderous round of applause for Mr. Joseph McClendon III.
Thank you so much, Michael. Thank you. Hey, Jeff, how are you? And gosh, I feel that thunderous round of 5s coming flowing at me. Thank you so much. And I'm honored to be with you guys here today. And I have been asked to talk to you about my take, if you will, or my rendition of marketing. And again, I wasn't on when you gave that. I'm sure it was amazing, that that introduction of who I am and so on and so forth. So I'm going to assume he covered it all. And I will also add to it that he may or may not have, but I'm sharing this with you just because it's going to kind of lay some foundation for where I'm going to go with this. But before I do, I'm going to make sure that you got a pad and paper that you can write with, not type, not, voice text it in or something like that you can write with. I have a saying, as a matter of fact, you can start by writing this down. What you write is what you invite. What you write is what you invite. Now I'm going to stop it there, and I'm going to tell you maybe a little bit of background on myself and kind of what qualifies me to be talking about this particular subject today, marketing, if you will. My background, I'm a psychologist, and again, maybe Michael shared some of this with you, but I'm a neuropsychologist. The difference is the traditional psychology, and by the way, I'm not going to throw anybody under the bus, any profession under the bus, and or any other methodologies under the bus. I'm going to say that what I'm going to talk to you about, you can add to what you already do, because that's really the kind of the name of the game. It's not just one thing, and it's not just one thing with mine. Mine is not the end all and be all as well. And the reason this is pertinent to what we're going to talk about today is marketing, to a certain extent, is all psychological. In other words, what you're doing is that you're offering, choosing my words specifically, to have somebody think about your goods, service, or product differently. Think about them in the way that you want them to think about it, so that they'll do what? So that they'll take on, either pay you money for it or all of the above, take your course or buy your product or whatever. Now, having said that, what that has to do with what I do is I'm a neuropsychologist. And what that means is that traditional psychology, you just look at, somebody that comes in and somebody has a fear or a phobia or an emotional challenge, something that hinders them. Traditional psychology is laying people out on a couch or sitting them down somewhere and talking to them. And through a series of questions, you have them come up with the solution. Rarely does your psychologist tell you things. And if they do, then your brain is going to question it. Is this true or whatever? That's traditional psychology, and it works, and it has for many, many years. neuropsychology, I want you to look at neuro as being your nervous system. You got 5 senses. And so traditional psychology, I have one way of communicating with you and impacting you or influencing you, and that is just my words to your ears. But neuropsychology, I'm going to use at least these 3: visual, auditory, and kinesthetic, meaning what you see, what you hear, and how either I physically can touch you and or how I make you feel. And those 3 things, those 2 extra ones other than the audio, are a huge, huge difference in getting things done. And the only thing I'm going to ask you to do as we go through this process, because I'm going to share with you everything. They've only given me an hour, and trust me, I could go on for more than an hour. I want you to interact with me. And all I'm going to ask you to do is type a 1 in the chat if A, this makes sense what I'm talking to you about so far. And I know I've just begun, if this makes sense. And then B, type a 1, also if this interests you in maybe doing something different. And I'm not sure if I can even see those ones. So I'm just going to assume that you are doing it. And the reason I want you to interact with me, because the way that human beings work is if we just sit and listen to something and learn something, then traditionally we're going to only retain about 20% of what we learned, sometimes much less. But you want to hear something. So you've heard this before. You retain about 20%, 10 to 20% if you just listen. You retain 30 to 40% if you listen and take notes. But you retain all the way up to 80% if you listen, take notes, and interact. And so we want to go up at that higher level. I also want to approach it like this. If you and the way you're interacting is typing those 1s and taking notes. Okay. If you do all of those things, retention is not the outcome. Retention is a byproduct of you taking those notes and paying attention and interacting like that. But the real byproduct that we want is activity. The real byproduct is when you learn something that you do something with it. And so I'm going to ask you, and be honest, have you ever learned something and it was like lights on for you and you go, wow, that makes so much, that makes sense, I'm going to do it. But then you didn't do it. Type a 1 if you didn't. We all have. And there's reasons why we don't, which we're going to come into in just a little bit. But the truth of the matter is learning something, and we can learn something, and there's only 2 ways of learning something. And that is number 1, repetition. That's a no-brainer, right? You hear something over and over again, or you do something over and over again, and it becomes imprinted on your nervous system, and that becomes what you do. You do it automatically. That's how you learned how to ride a bicycle, tie your shoes, write your name, all those things. We did it over and over again. Now, there's a quicker way, and the quicker way is something called SEE, significant emotional event. And what that means is that when something happens that produced a greater amount of pain and or pleasure, then it goes right to the nervous system and the brain goes, I'm going to remember that and I'm going to associate to it. And I'm actually going to do the Pavlov's dog thing. I'm going to be neuro attached to that thing. So that triggers me to own it, to know it, to remember it. An example of it is, matter of fact, I should do this here. Matter of fact, I will. Bear with me 1 second. Yep, I'm going to do it right here. I'm literally going to give you a significant emotional event. If you've seen this before, then it's already happened to you. Okay, and I'm going to give you a significant emotional event. And in this significant emotional event, I'm going to change your life. If you've never seen this before, I'm literally going to change your life forever. And I know that sounds like a bold statement. This may be upside down. Yeah, I'll show you here in a second. It may sound like a bold statement, but this is how quickly and easily I'm going to give you a significant emotional event. I'm going to explain how it works. And then if you have seen it, it's already happened to you. You already have this embedded in your nervous system. So type a 1 if you've ever seen the FedEx logo. You know what I'm talking about. It's purple and orange, right? Fed and then EX. So, I can see it over here. Oh, no, okay, I can't. Actually, I can't see your 1s. Is there a way I can see them interacting, Jeff or Michael? On my screen. If not, I'm just going to assume that you guys are playing by the rules, and the rules are to
20 or 30 ones coming through. They're all coming through.
They are. I don't see them.
But if you go to the top right-hand corner, you've got comments. Can you see that?
Oh, comments. There it is. Okay, now I see it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah. I've got all the technical skills of a slightly intoxicated circus pig, and usually I have somebody else helping with this kind of thing, and I'm on this now. Fantastic. Okay, so we've all seen this, the FedEx logo. Now watch this. I'm going to show it to you, and Jeff, tell me if this is upside down or right side up.
Nah, it's perfect.
Perfect. Right, okay. Now look at that logo. All right. Now I'm going to take it away. And here's what I want you to do. Which direction does the arrow face? Type of 1 if it's to the left, type of 2 if it's to the right. Which one do you see? Which direction? So some of you are saying 2. Come on, play full out, guys. This is how you embed it in your nervous system. Okay. Type of 1 if it's to the right. Type of 2 if it's to the left. Okay. We got some 1s, type of 3 if you're going, what freaking arrow, Joseph? Yeah, it's a little delayed. Yeah.
I don't know what type of 3.
Yeah. I don't know what TBH means. TBH, yeah. Okay.
To be honest.
So now watch this. Those of you that are 3s, yeah, now a bunch of 3s are coming in. Be aware of what I'm getting ready to do. I'm going to give you a significant emotional event. I'm going to explain how this is. You're going to remember for the rest of your life, everybody. Okay. Look at the logo now. Okay. Now look between the E and the X.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
I didn't even see it.
Jeffy's had a moment.
Oh, wow. I did not see it.
You see, it's right there. Right.
I can't unsee it now.
Okay. Now you see it. Now, for the rest of your life, every time you look at that sign, you're going to see that first. So let me explain to you what just happened from a scientific standpoint. Now, I didn't get to share this with you. I taught at UCLA in California for 7 years. I taught to engineers and managers, which are the smartest people I know. They're way smarter than me. And so everything that I had to teach, I had to prove it. And this was way before the internet and cell phones. So I had to literally bring them hard, concrete evidence of what I'm saying. So what I'm talking to you about right now is straight up science. Now, think about this. Where's this leading? This is leading into marketing. The trick is you want to have that effect on people. Yeah. You want to have that effect. So when people think of you, your product, your service, your goods, or something like that, they do exactly what just happened to you. I literally saw, who was that? I'm looking here. Can't read your name. But anyway, I saw several of you going like this, like that. Okay. That's called a significant emotional event. Anytime, and for the rest of you, here's what you probably did. You went, oh. Now follow the science. That whenever somebody goes and they get an aha moment, endorphins, dopamine, and oxytocin gets released into your nervous system. And your brain goes, what just happened right before I got that hit of feel-good juice? And it goes, I noticed that arrow. I know where that arrow is now. And so the brain goes, give me that forever. And it remembers it forever. So that was a significant, an aha moment is a significant emotional event. You went, aha. Now, could it happen from pain? The answer is yes. You stuck your hand in fire when you were a little kid. You burned it. That was significant pain. And your brain went, remember that forever. Never stick your hand in fire again. Type of 1, if this makes sense so far. Because if you get this, then you're going to understand where I'm going with this. Okay, now watch this. You know I'm going to do this again, but you cannot stop me. Okay? You will not be able to stop me. Okay? Now, here's what I want you to do. I want you to look at the logo again and watch what happens to you. When you look at it, oops, upside down. Okay? When you look at it, you see that arrow. It's jumping out at you, isn't it? Okay? Now, look at it. And now, tell me which direction does the spoon face? Type of 1, if it faces the right. Type of 2, if it faces the left.
I didn't see a spoon.
Type of 3, if you're going, which spoon? What spoon? Where's the spoon? I'll wait.
I saw the arrow clear as day, but I could not see the spoon.
It jumped out.
Yeah.
Yeah, type of 3, if you're going, what spoon? I didn't see the spoon.
This is fascinating.
Now watch this. Look right below the E, at the bottom of the E. Okay.
I did not see that either.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now you're going to see for the rest of your life the spoon and the arrow. So I just gave you a significant emotional event, and you knew that significant emotional event was coming in. Okay. So sorry about this. I had to turn the phone on, and now it's acting up. Let me learn how to shut it off. Again, I'm on my own on technical.
I thought I was so clever seeing the arrow and now the spoon. What else are you going to tell us, Joseph?
I'm going to tell you more and more.
I just love the way that your brain works and how you're connecting this to the marketing message to be able to really help people remember you, right?
Yeah. This is neuro encoding. Big word. All it is programming. Encoding is just programming. Okay. Programming oneself to default to something. That's all. And we've all, advertising has done it for years and years. I got so many stories I could tell you about. One of mine will here just a little bit later, but so many examples of that. And that's all advertising is a form of marketing. Yeah. And all it is getting, when I say psychology, I don't mean this big amorphic word that most of us have no reference to. Psychology is these simple things. Your constant internal, unconscious and conscious thoughts that you have about yourself, about other people, and about the environment, the world around you. That's it. Don't overcomplicate it. I'm so sorry. I've got to deal with something here just with a second. Okay. I should tell you this.
Michael, have you seen the arrow before in the FedEx sign before? Have you seen that?
You're on
Michael,
mute,
you're muted, by the way, Michael.
Yeah, of course I am, because I'm excited. Always mute yourself too when you're not commenting, because then the background. But it's amazing because no matter how many times you see something, you're always in a different place. And I think that position of being in a different place. I mean, if you look, you good, Joseph? All right, he's good.
I'm back. I'm so sorry.
We're talking so wonderful about you. Oh no, we're talking great things. But one thing, Joseph, and then we'll let you go back is the great thing is no matter how many times you've heard it, you're always in a different place in your life. And that's where the learning happens. Go ahead, Joseph.
Yeah, so sorry about that. I got a little bit of an emergency I'm dealing with here. And so having said that, the concept of being able to influence, impact somebody else's thoughts so that they pay attention to something, that to me is the crux of marketing. What are you trying to do when you're out there? Let's take a look at the traditional way of marketing. For most people, it is a process of inviting people to take a look at something. So it's a process of bringing people in to your world so that you can do a presentation and an invitation. Actually, the other way around. Invite them in so that you can do a presentation so that you can ask them to purchase your goods and services or whatever that you have. Invitations and presentations. I want to, approach it a different way. And again, not knowing, whatever Michael said about me in the very beginning, I said this. My profession is I'm a neuropsychologist. I have other ways of working with you other than just my words to your mouth. I just did it here, giving you something visual and my words. And then also there's an unseen aspect of it, and that is the kinesthetic part of it, the feeling part of it. Remember, we get 5 senses: visual, auditory, kinesthetic, which is touch and feel, olfactory, gustatory, smell, and taste. So I can use smell and taste, but not as easily, yes, when I'm working with somebody. So my advantage, and soon will be your advantage, is that we can work with the visual, like I just showed you there, and that's kind of an obvious one, and the auditory, but then to use those two to create the third one, which is a feeling in something. And people buy, you've heard this before, people buy on emotion. People buy when they feel like this is something I got to have. And so as an advertiser, as a marketer, one of our abilities, if you will, that we want to build, or the skill that we want to build, is a way to get people to feel something attached to your product. Now, I just did it with here and got you to go, aha, and then that's a significant emotional event. So having said that, I'm going to talk about something that might sound in the very beginning, maybe even a little bit unrelated, and it might even sound like unicorns and crystals and rainbows, but it's not. And what I mean by that is in my career, the other part of what I do, by profession, I'm a psychologist. And by trade, I'm what's known as an ultimate performance specialist. I have the privilege of coaching and mentoring A-list people. I don't mean to make it sound like anybody's better than the other, but Academy Award winners and Grammy winners and major sports figures and millionaires and billionaires and everything in between. And all those people, they come to me for one reason and one reason only. They want to do what that sign says behind me. They want to go further, faster. Actually, you can't see the whole sign because the door is in the way. Further, faster. And so I'm going to ask you, do you want what you want sooner rather than later? Type a 1 if you do. Now, it doesn't mean that you don't get to be patient and learn the things along the way. You can do that. But most people want what they want sooner rather than later. Why? Because we're human, because that's what we want. And we live in a society, we live in the way that life is presented to us now is it's instant gratification. You don't have to wait very long. If you have a question, you have something to do, you can go online and ask Siri, and she's going to give you an answer when, right now. If you want food, you're 10 minutes away from getting food anywhere in the United States, anywhere you get anything, it's instant gratification. And so we all want those things sooner rather than later. That's what I call further, faster. So if you want what you want sooner rather than later, then that's what I'm talking about here. And so as an ultimate performance specialist, I utilized a process that I call neuroencoding. Neuro is your nervous system. Encoding is programming, and that's it. So it's just a way of programming oneself, or in this case, impacting somebody else so that you program them to have an emotional attachment to either you, your product, and themselves. So in other words, they feel like you are important in their life and your product isn't important enough in your life that they want to part with their time, their capital, and their energy to do it. And the underlying presupposition is trust. It's trust. Because if you don't have the trust, then what are they going to think? Listen, because they've got a million different options. What is going to set you apart? That's a rhetorical question. But what is going to set you apart from, the 1,000 other people that are marketing the same kind of thing that you do? And that's the reality of the world we live in right now. We think that, okay, if I want something, I'm going to go to Amazon, look it up, and I'm going to find it, I'm going to do it. But you know what's happened to Amazon? If you haven't noticed lately, when you go to Amazon and you buy something, suppose you want to buy some gardening tools or some strip lights or something like that, or whatever it is, you go there, and across the bottom, there's a half a dozen videos now. And then when you click on one of those videos, that, it describes what it is. Well, that person that is making that video, they get a cut of what's going on there. And they also type in here, and you've seen it before if you've been on Amazon, it says, if you liked that, then you might like this as well. And so you're constantly being marketed and bombarded with stuff, and you've got a lot of choices of different things. So the question is, and it's a rhetorical question, what makes you stick out? What is it that makes you stick out? It's an age-old question. It's, like I said, it's a rhetorical question. But what makes you go, okay, I'm going to get that one. Now, there are a couple of things that are, let's say, products of the way that marketing has gone, and that is in the olden days, and it really is the olden days now, and when you go even 10 years ago, it was SEO, search engine optimization. So you go in and you can literally pay money to have your website or your product come up first on there. And that was a form of marketing, right? So when somebody types in, bird cages, then, your bird cages come up there first. That was one way of doing it. And then came, and I'm not telling you anything you don't know already. I'm just reminding you of what happens. And then you can start to go, okay, well, what's happening within those? Why do I buy this particular product? Do I buy it because of convenience? Do I buy it because it's the first thing that showed up? Do I buy it because it had a cute little video? Because now, whether it's Instagram, Facebook, or TikTok, you got, tons of people, that's all they're doing is reviewing products and putting it up there, making a video. And what do? You go, oh, I'm going to get that one. And that person is not even producing that product. They're a what do they call it? A go-between. That's the person's what it is. So I say all of that because in the and this is where it's going to sound like crystals, rainbows, and unicorns. What I want you to understand is this. Marketing comes from within you. And it's not beyond me that I don't realize I'm literally going like this. It comes from within inside you. And what that means is how you feel about your product and what you do goes directly into what goes out there to the world. That's number one. And let me repeat myself. How you feel about your own product, your own self-identity, your own abilities, and all that stuff. That's your psychology. Remember, what you think about yourself, other people in the world around you. How you interpret that with inside your own head directly goes into what goes out there. So if there's 1,000 products like yours, I'm not saying that there are, but there's a bunch of products out there like yours. And when you feel, and when it's out in competition with everybody else, the edge that you can have that nobody else has is your own feelings about your own stuff, type of one, if that makes sense. Now, I'm going to get cosmic on you, but you guys asked for this stuff, okay? And this is just the stuff that has been my experience that makes the biggest difference in a crowded world of marketing, advertisement, and everything else that's going on, okay? How you feel about your own product, number one. And what that comes down to is when you ask most people, you go, okay, what is the most important skill for you to have with regard to, and I'm going to use marketing now, but I'm going to say business or entrepreneurship or leadership or anything like that. You know what the number one thing is? People say mindset. They say mindset because they say, if you think you can, then you probably can. If you think you can't, then you probably can't. And that makes so much sense, and it's absolutely true. And I'd like to take it a step further so that you can tap into a whole nother, let's just say, a realm of not just marketing, but you as a human being, so that you will, feel better about what you're getting ready to do, which will transmit to how you want them to feel. Because most of us look at our own product and we go, most of us never really ask the question, would I buy my own freaking product? Most of us never go, if I didn't know anything about me, would I buy my product? Most of us are going, I'm going to go out there and I'm going to put this up and I'm going to try to appeal to people to make them realize that this is the best product on the market and it's better than any other product and it's cheaper than any other product. That's traditional marketing, type of one, if that makes sense. And type of one, if that's what you kind of been taught and what you believe as well. Yeah, all of us. Look, I've done marketing courses and things like that, just like everybody else. And come to find out, the truth of the matter is 90% of them really are not, are not dealing with what happens inside themselves. So the question still remains, it's rhetorical. Would you buy your own product from you? Would you buy your own product from you? If you have any trepidation about it, if you have anything that goes, well, yeah, something like that, then you're suffering from something that I call the toxic 10, okay? The toxic 10. Now, I'm going to go through these things fast. You don't have to write them, okay? I see Jeff, oh, that was you, Jeff. They said, yes, yeah, huge, yes, okay? And when you can do that, by the way, you're way ahead of the game, which is, by the way, why you are who you are and where you are and that kind of thing, okay? And most people are saying absolutely yes. And I would challenge you, even if you're saying yes, here's the question. Why would you buy your product from you? If you're saying yes, why would you buy your product from you? And again, it's a rhetorical question, but these are questions that you need to ask yourself and go deeper. Because how do you feel about it? How do you feel about your own product? How do you feel about you? How do you feel about all that stuff? And if you have to think about it, if you go, well, because I believe in my product, or because we put all the research into it, and we've done all that, then I know. Now I'm going to exaggerate this now. In neuroencoding, how our physical body shows up tells us what we're going inside. So watch me. If I go, why would you buy your product? If somebody asks me, Joseph, why would you buy your product from yourself? And I go like this. Well, because it's the best product out there. Because I believe in myself, because I believe in there. Because my eyes are all over the place and I'm like this. That's like the arrow on the FedEx sign. It's jumping out at you. And that's going to stick with you. Is that I'm making it up. I haven't answered that question before. Okay? I am creating it in the moment. And which means I have uncertainty about how I feel about my product. If I ask you this question, and now you will, now this is a tool that you can use, go back and do this research and add it to whatever other methodology that you're doing marketing, and ask yourself why you would buy this product. And I said this in the very beginning, write it down. What you write is what you invite. Write down why you would buy your own product from you. Why? No pun intended, because you're going to get an emotional feeling about it and it's going to stick with you. And that is going to cause you to be able to market it in a way thinking of them as though they are you. You put yourself in their shoes. And this is critical. This is so important because most people, they go, I want you to buy this product. Why? Because I get to pay my rent this month. Why? Because this. Now, I'm not accusing all of us of going, we're not considering them. And if you don't go, this is what I want you to feel. It's not just I want you to part with your dollars. This is how I want you to feel. It's not that I just want you to get this product. This is how I want you to feel. Then it gives us an idea of being able to project into our audience how we feel. Type of 1 if this makes sense. Okay. Now, by the way, Jeff, keep me honest because I don't know what time I started and what time I should shut my big fat pie hole.
We've still got probably 25, 30 minutes left.
Oh, fantastic. Now, by the way, are we doing Q&A?
We can do Q&A. Yeah, for sure.
Okay, yeah, I'd love to. If you guys have questions, you can type them in the chat or however you guys want to do it. I'll stop like 10 minutes before, so I'll yak for another 10 minutes.
All right, well,
okay?
let's do Q&A. So everybody make sure you ask your questions in the comments and Jane and I will pick out a couple and we'll feed them back to Joseph and we'll do some Q&A. Love to do that.
Just put a Q in front so we know which one we can.
Yes. Say again?
Put a Q in front so we can go to the question quickly.
Okay.
Yeah, well, and everybody also, we'll watch for the comment section. And again, we'll do that about the last 10 minutes. So rock and roll, Joseph.
All right, perfect. All right, so here's what I want you to do. Type a 1 right now. If what I'm saying to you, and because I see the comments and I'm seeing a lot of it already, type a 1 if what I'm saying to you, you're going, yeah, I want more of this. Type a 1. Yeah, you want to know why? Because of what I'm doing to you, because of what I'm making you feel. And I'm not manipulating you. I'm just touching some points that are making you go through the whole point going, And it's not knowledge. It's not just knowledge. And you want to know why? I practice what I preach. Literally before I started this, Michael will tell you, I had a conversation with Michael. Michael, what am I going to be talking about? Michael said, I want you to talk about marketing and your ideas about marketing and everything. Do you know what the first thing I did? Was I imagined you. I don't even know you. I can't even see you. I'm looking down the lens of a camera right now, and the two thumbnails I see is just 2 people, but I understand there's several of you out there. So guess what? In my mind, here's what I do. I imagine, now stay with me on this. I imagine all of you out there. I imagine that there's 500 of you. I don't even know how many of you that are out there, okay? And I imagine that in my mind. And then I say to myself, now this is where the unicorns, crystals, and rainbows come in. I say to myself, I love you. And I want to deliver to you something that is not only going to change your life, but it's going to give you the ability to change other people's lives for the better. So together we can make a positive difference on the planet. Now, how does that make you feel? Knowing that that's where I come from. Type of 1 if it makes you feel good. If you can get behind what I said. And all that I said, very carefully laid out. And that's the way I feel about you, even though I don't know you, even though I don't see you. And so I have presupposed within me. My product is me running my mouth right now, but my product right now, I believe in it 10,000%. And I would buy it from me any day of the week. Why? Because I know it changes lives. Why? Because I know that you're going to use it and you're going to make a better life for yourself and for other people as well. And notice I didn't go, and I didn't make it up. I have it right on the tip of my tongue. I have it right there because I've done the work ahead of time to believe in my own product and why I'm going to sell that, why I'm going to sell that product. Now, having said that, as I said before, most people, marketing means I'm going to present something so that people will come to me, okay? There's something else I want you to add. Now, this is part of the 60-20-20 rule of going further, faster. 60% of your accomplishing anything and you're achieving anything in any area of life is your psychology. What you think about yourself, other people, and the world around you. That's it. Okay? Your psychology. But most of us don't put that much thought into what we think about ourselves and what we think about other people, what we think about the world around us. I promise you that as you do that, if you take the time, and Michael's going to tell you, we have something that is called Make It Matter. Myself and some of you have heard of Malcolm Jamal Warner, one of my dear friends, and actually he started off as being somebody that I coach, but we're going to be sharing with you stuff like this. And matter of fact, type of 1, if this that you're hearing right now is valuable stuff to you. Yeah, and it's valuable to me because I'm going to tell you, I didn't say this before. The reason I do what I do is because somebody did this for me. At the worst time in my life, somebody did this for me. Somebody helped me, and I promised that person that I would pay it forward. And the only thing I ask of you is if this is of value to you, then you use it, get the results, and you pay it forward as well. Because the way the world is right now is that, there's one side of the world that's like, gimme, 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 hoarding. And there's another side of the world, the younger generation, they're used to just sharing everything. And guess which one is working better? People sharing everything. That's why we have what I said before. Everybody's marketing other people's products and sharing and so on and so forth. You want to be a part of that. So having said that, I'm going to give you somewhat of an assignment, if you will, and then we're going to take some time to answer some questions. If you have questions, don't be shy. Put it in there. Okay. So here's what your assignment is. And remember, don't just type it in your iPad or your computer. I want you to write. There's magic when you write something down, and magic doesn't mean that it's unexplained. It just means that you don't know what's going on there yet. And I could spend hours on telling you what happens when you write something down. It literally, it impacts your unconscious mind. It impacts you in a way that makes you start to own it. So write this down. Number 1, I want you to write down how you feel about your own product. Write it down. And I also want you to write down why you feel that way about your own product. And I also want you to write down why you would buy your own product from yourself. Those 3 things. Unbelievably simple. This is introspective. And remember this, what you write is what you invite. Because here's the way the brain works. First off, if you don't have an association to a feeling to how you feel about your product, you're going to create one. And it's going to go one of 2 ways. You're going to go 100%, I love this. This is the best product in the world. But you're going to go this, one of 2 ways. For me. The other part of you is going to go, this is the best product in the world for them. And it's them that matters. So when you consider them along with yourself, then you invite them in your whole nervous system. We have, my friend Jim Quick talks about this. We have new neural associations and neuroplasticity. Your brain starts to change, everything starts to change. And don't get me cosmic on this. You literally create a new, what do they call it? Electromagnetic field around you. And that goes out with your product. People feel it and they buy that. Okay. All of us have had this kind of situation where we feel somebody looking at us and we look and that person is looking. Type of 1 if that's happened to you. Okay. This is science, ladies and gentlemen. This is an area of marketing that most people don't deal in. But I'm going to tell you, when you do this, then it's like adding, what do they call, fuel to the fire that you already have. Again, use this to put on it. So we feel somebody looking at you. Why is it that way? Here's why. When you put your attention and intention on somebody else, care about somebody else, love somebody else, or whatever, 4 things happen. Number 1, your electromagnetic energy grows. If you don't believe me, go on YouTube and look up Carillion photography. You'll see it. You literally have an electromagnetic energy field that grows. The second thing that happens is they feel it. The third thing that happens is because they feel it, their electromagnetic energy grows. And the fourth thing that happens is now you got 2 glowing electromagnets. And what do magnets do? They're drawn towards each other. So this same philosophy that I'm talking about, just like I said, when I came on here, I took the time to love you. I took the time to consider you, what this is going to mean for you. I already have absolute confidence, as you can probably tell, about my product, which is me running my big fat pie hole, right? And telling you, things that I have learned. And the methodology of the way that I'm doing it through visual, auditory, and making you feel something, that's why you're not only at the risk of sounding arrogant, you're going to remember this. And that's why you're going to want to stay close to the fire. That is why, and Michael will probably tell you more about it, we created this Make It Matter so that we can continue to do that. Stay close to the fire. Why? Because as soon as you step outside away from the fire, guess what? It's cold out there. And other people are doing things the same way. So having said that, your 3 things. Number 1, write it down, okay? All those things. Why you would buy your product, or how you feel about your product, why you would buy your product, and why somebody else should buy your product as well. That's it. Write it down. Because here's what's going to happen to your brain. As we seek, so shall we find. And I actually improved, in my opinion, on that Bible verse. As ye seek, so shall ye find. And as ye seek, so shall it find you. What does that mean? That means everything you've ever touched, tasted, smelled, and experienced is in your unconscious mind somewhere. It's back there. And so when you look for something, you remember. Dismember means to take apart. Remember means to put back together. And your brain goes, oh, yeah, that's why. Oh, that's why my product is. That's why I feel about it. And that goes out there. And just like you feeling, or you putting it out there and looking at somebody, they feel it. And that, my friend, is an extra added, not competitive edge, but an edge that you have over other people that are trying to bring people into them. Because my methodology of marketing is to go out there. It's just like when you go to the market. Go to the market. Marketing is not just people coming to you. That is a market. But when you are marketing, you go out to the market. And how you do that, it's not to not put any emphasis on, because it is important. Where is your market? Who is their audience and things like that? But you go out there. So one real quick story to exemplify what I'm talking about. Okay. And then we'll take Q&A. All right. So when this was in 19, isn't it funny when you say 19 anything anymore? It sounds ancient. So this is like 1988. I lived in a town called Lancaster, California. It's a bleached, cultureless vacuum of a town. There's a little town out there in the middle of the desert. But we all had this thing that was almost unheard of these days. And it's called common courtesy. If you pass somebody on the street, you'd at least give them a nod, or you go, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, that kind of thing. And people would say the same thing back to you. Well, in 88, I moved back to Los Angeles. I moved to Los Angeles. And in Los Angeles, and this is before cell phones, by the way, I walked down the street and I go, hi, how you doing? And people would look at me like I just spit at their mother. And they just blow me off. They wouldn't. And I remember thinking, these people suck. Hollywood, they're plastic, they're pretentious. No wonder they call this Plastic City. And then I asked the question that people don't like to ask. And the question is, Joseph, what if it's not them? And I thought to myself, well, of course it's them. I'm Joseph McClendon III. I'm friendly. And then I asked another question, because when you ask those questions, it causes you to go, okay, well, what can I have more options? That's optimistic. I go, well, what if there's something that I could do to impact them, to change them? It softened me, and I created something that I call my 50-foot rule, which is the other assignment that I want you to have. And that is this. Anybody that comes within 50 feet of me, I say to myself, towards them, intention towards them, I love you. Now what happens is I soften, electromagnetic energy goes, they feel it, and it goes. And do you know, it didn't take any time at all, just a couple of days before people started to look up and started to do that. And that is one of my secret weapons of going through life. I can go somewhere, and you've done it before as well. You've gone somewhere, you walk into a room and people notice that you come into a room, or you walk into a room and people could care less. What's the difference? It's you. So those 4 things: use your assignment, that I gave you, and then also the 50-foot rule. Try it on and notice, and then start to notice how you feel about other people. Lastly, I'll say this: if you don't care about other people, and I know you do, but if you don't put the effort into knowing what they want and asking what they want, on some level they know you don't know, and they feel like you're trying to get them to do something for you and not for them. And nobody wants to do it for you; they want to do it for themselves. So, having said that, I think we're right on time. Let's take some questions and let's roll. Has this been beneficial for you?
Yeah,
fabulous.
The great thing here, and really, Joseph, is it's from the marketing frame, but what you just did at the end is really what marketing is about. It's, we always talk the 50-foot rule, but how do you bring those in around you who not only become the raving fans, but they're part of the family? I mean, we really, and I know sometimes we don't look at our family that way, right? This is a great lesson, anybody within that 50 foot, but I think that was a great. So we do have questions down there. So I'm going to turn it over to our Aussie team. By the way, meet Jane Slack Smith. She's a co-creator of this event, so she wanted to definitely say hi to you. And
Very nice to meet you.
Actually, I have a question for you, Joseph.
Yes.
I love this concept of, how you turn up in relation to yourself, others, and the world. But we don't always look at ourselves. You mentioned the toxic 10. I'd love you to just jump on that.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And first off, just so you know, I'm going to be in Sydney. I leave Sunday. I'm coming to Sydney again. Yeah. So the toxic 10. Now here's what they are. These are what I call the thieves of our dreams. And these are the things that get in our way. And the toxic 10, these show up when and they showed up for you if in any level that if you don't necessarily believe in your product, you have questions about it. Here's what they are. And all I'm going to, as I do these, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go through them. And if I hit one of them that makes you go, yeah, I do that. Yep, that's something I need to change. Oh, yeah, that has hindered me in the past or something. All I want you to do is type a 1. Okay, here we go. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection. Yeah. If you're not typing a 1, you lie about other things as well, because you're a human being and we all go through those things. Now, here's the catch, is that those things if you don't mitigate them, they're going to keep coming back up. If you procrastinate about going to the gym or making those phone calls or doing whatever it is, then guess what? You're going to procrastinate again until you get to a place that you have a significant emotional event that changes you. And so the process of neuroencoding is what we're going to be doing with the Make It Matter is to help people learn how to mitigate that and replace it with something else. Okay. So that's the short version of it. And I
absolutely love that. And it's actually reflecting on about a little story that, I used to convince myself that I was allergic to exercise. Who's allergic to exercise, right? I've got 3 crushed discs in the back of my neck. Every time I go to get fit, I hurt myself. I aggravate an old injury. So that sort of, you're talking about neuroencoding, right? So that sort of created those patterns, those significant emotional events, which helped me to convince myself that I was allergic to exercise. Yeah. That became a limiting belief, right? So how do you rewire your thoughts?
Well, I'm going to give you a formula, and it's just not enough time to go through the whole thing. And again, that's what we're going to be doing with Make It Matter, is to start to delve deeper in those kinds of things. But here's what I'll say. You are absolutely right, Jeff. You have convinced yourself. You have programmed yourself. You have neuroencoded yourself. Where that came from, I don't know. It doesn't matter where it came from. If you got a fear of dogs, you come into my office, there's going to be a dog in my office. And I don't care where the fear came from. We're going to deal with it right now. So the process is this. Because here's what most people do. They wait till they're procrastinating to try and do something about procrastinating. And then they don't know what to do, and they feel bad, and then they go eat cake. So yep, it's kind of a revolving thing. But here's the formula. And again, just because of time, it's number 1, feel bad on purpose, even when you're feeling good, to do this exercise. And here's what that means. Don't wait for it to happen. Suss it out, bring it out, make yourself feel bad. And all you got to do is think about procrastinating, think about exercising. And any bad feeling that comes up, as soon as that comes up, you interrupt that pattern. Stand up, shake yourself out or whatever. Because what happens as soon as you do that, your mind goes blank and it's a vacuum. And in that moment, you can put whatever you want in. And just so you guys know, that's what I did with the FedEx sign. I set you up. I set you up. All the things I said before. And then so when you interrupt the pattern, then you can put whatever you want in. And all you got to do is just smile. Because why? Smiling, endorphins, dopamine, oxytocin goes through your system, and your brain goes, what just happened before I got this good feeling? And the brain goes, oh, we took ourselves out of that bad feeling. And it goes, okay, let's do it again. Becomes a significant emotional event. And so to help you out with that. Now, by the way, that was a lot, and there's so much more to it. And that's what we're going to be doing. I want you to know this. I'm going to give you something else to say instead. Okay. I'm going to ask you. So you say you're allergic, and that's a fun thing to say and everything. Are you allergic to walking? Can you walk?
No.
You can't walk at all?
No, of course I can. No, I'm not allergic to walking, unless I can.
You're not allergic to walking. You can walk. Okay. So listen, millions of people lose their weight, get fit just by walking. It's not about exercising. It still comes down to psychology. See, your psychology is, I am, remember, your thoughts about yourself, allergic to this. No, you're not. You don't want to exercise. Why? Because it's painful. All the things that you just said. Instead, you go, here's what I can do. You become, and then I'll move on to the next question. what I call, and please write this down, everybody, get this, optimistic. And optimistic does not mean every cloud has a silver lining and every glass is half full. Optimistic means options, that you can see more options. And I just gave you another option. And the other option is I can walk, and and you can get the evidence behind it. There's other people that do that. Okay, I'm going to walk. And then what happens is when you kill the monster while it's a baby and catch yourself doing that and praise yourself and all those things that you're going to learn about, then your nervous system goes, well, hell, I can do this. Let's just do more and more of it. That's a lot, but you asked the question.
Yeah, no, that's powerful. And I've actually enrolled for the Make It Matters membership, and I'm really looking forward to going deep into this. And as I said, bad habits are the thieves to your dreams. Well, I'm looking forward to getting rid of a lot of those bad habits.
Yeah. Right. And it is so true. We've got a lot of questions on the board. So for those of you, we're going to be doing another call next week where I can answer some of this, and anything I can't, I'll make sure I move through Joseph. But here's another one. I'm going to flash it on the screen for you, Joseph.
What is your major practice day that keeps you in positive energy? I'm going to tell you the most. Listen, I'm going to give you something else to do, because it's the do that produces the results. It's the do that makes you have another, or what I call a ritual that you do. Okay, so this is so simple. And remember, simplicity is the name of the game. I made this up the other day. You're going to love this, Michael. My friend Tony, my business partner, Tony Robbins, for many, many years, he's my dear friend and everything. He has a saying, and he says that complexity is the enemy of execution. And what that means is you make something too complicated, people are not going to do it. I made this up. This is my own. And that is, simplicity is the ally of activity. Where's my microphone so I can drop it? Okay. Yeah, the ally of activity. Remember, activity is what you want, not action, activity. Action is doing something once, twice, 2, 3, 5 times. Activity is doing the same action over and over again until you surpass your goal. Activity is ongoing. And so the simplicity of things is this. You know what? I forgot your question. The question that was down here. What did it say? My rituals. Forgive me. I broke my own pattern. I get excited about this. Okay, here's my ritual. And this is so ridiculously simple. And it's designed to program you. It's like, wax on, wax off. The honeybee flying around, pollinating the flowers, doesn't know it's doing it. Okay, so listen. Here's what I want you to do. Before you go to sleep, every night, get a glass of water and put it on your nightstand. That's it. And then when you wake up in the morning, here's what you do. Here's my ritual. As soon as my eyes open up, I drink that glass of water. I'll tell you why here in a second. And then the second thing that I do is I go like this. Now, everybody, I want you to do this. That means you 3, 2. Watch closely. I want you to do this. As soon as I drink my glass of water, I go like this. You do it. Okay? Now, we already learned. Why do we do that? When we smile, the brain releases dopamine, oxytocin, and all the other feel-good juices that goes through our system. Okay? Endorphins, oxytocin, dopamine, all that goes through our system. And our system goes, well, what just happened? Oh, I just woke up and drank a glass of water. Now, here's the beauty of it, kids. Now, my ritual is to keep me positive, because that's what your question, it keeps me energetic, is all I do is for the next few minutes with a smile on my face, I think about what I'm grateful for. Everything possible. This is why I say it doesn't sound like it is related, but it is, because it's reprogramming your brain. And I think about what I'm grateful for. I'm grateful that I wake up on this side of the dirt every day. I'm grateful for where I live. I'm grateful that I get to have this unbelievable interaction with the Tribune, that I get to talk with you. I guarantee I woke up this morning, I thought, I get to talk with you guys. And I just go through that. Because what it's like if you guys have seen where they set up these dominoes and they knock one over, it knocks another. Well, here's the cool thing. I should have had this ready, and maybe next time I will. There's a video on there, and a guy has this little domino, and it's this big, and it's little tiny like that. And he puts it down next to another domino that's twice its size, and it's next to another that's twice its size. And he said, each domino will knock over another one that's twice its size. And it goes on, there's like 10 or 15 of them. And the last one is 100 pounds, and it's made of stone. And he goes like this. He topples over. He puts the little one down, topples that one over. It knocks next, till it gets to the big one, and it knocks over that big one. I want you to look at what I'm telling you to do. Is this the first domino in the day that knocks him over, till you, at the end of you're through the day, you've got lots of energy. But here's the greatest part about it. So I'm going through, I'm smiling on my face. I'm thinking about what I'm grateful for. And then guess what happens? Because water conducts electricity, I'm getting more energy. I'm getting more electricity going through my system. And then guess what? I got to get out of the bed because I got to pee. And when you get out of the bed, you get a rush of energy. And then I go to the bathroom, and when I'm leaving the bathroom, I walk by the mirror, and here's what I want you to do. When you walk by the mirror, I go like this. I smile again, and I say the magic words, and here's what they are. Here's your magic words. Your name with a smile on your face, and I love you. Pat yourself on your back. Get on with your day. I promise you, do this. This is going to program you. Do this for 10 days, different person.
I love it. You know, it's again, it puts us into that framework, and that, you know, it's the kind of thing we can do. We could do it every single day. And I love the simplicity. Jane, there's another question. Can you read that, the last one you typed by Mon? That would be fantastic.
Yeah, this is from Mon. Joseph, you've helped thousands break through their mental limitations using neuroconditioning and peak performance strategies. In your experience, what is the single most underestimated factor that keeps people stuck in self-sabotage, and how can they rewire their minds to achieve lasting transformation?
So the single greatest impediment, because I'm going to look at it this way, I'm going to answer both those questions this way. The single most greatest impediment for people going further, faster, and reaching their potential and things and so on and so forth is their psychology. It's always number one. What they and the first one of this is what they think about themselves, how they describe themselves. And I'm going to say this especially for achievers and people that want to do more. They're so hard on themselves. I'm not good enough. I'm not. Listen, of those that I mentioned, imposter syndrome, self-doubt, and self-loathing are the highest ones for achievers. Because in our own silence, in our own loneness, how do you really feel about you? Because that answer is going to determine how you'll feel, and how you feel will determine what you're going to do. And so how you get through it, and again, this is the reason why we're doing Make It Matter, is to get that out front so that we can deal with it. Now, just because of time, I'm not going to go into the process, and I wouldn't be doing you a best service by starting something and not being able to finish it, because it's not as simple as just, well, how do you do that? I will say this, that acknowledgement and awareness is always the first step, always the first step. I made you aware with the toxic 10, okay? Now, does it mean that you got to go through and work on each one of them? No. All of them employ the same feeling. It's called fear. And so we work on fear with one thing. It's the little domino that knocks the next and the next and the next and the next over. So just, I almost said trust me, but I'm going to say trust me, trust us, that there is process to be able to do that. There is process to be able to do that. It's process over knowledge. You can know how to do something and not do it. People that want to lose weight don't lose weight, not because they don't know how to lose weight. It's simple. Quit putting so much food in this hole and move your body and you will lose weight. It's physics. We don't do what we know because our psychology, and we get input with things like that. And I'm going to tell you, procrastination is just fear of uncomfortable, fearness of pain and that kind of stuff. Pain comes up and our brain goes, I don't want to feel that pain. Let me find something else. Oh, there's cake. And the brain believes I'm going to do it tomorrow. And that makes you feel better. And you actually believe in that moment you're going to do it. So it lets you off the hook. So I could go down a whole rabbit hole on that, but that's it.
That's amazing. And Mon's got lots of questions there, but they're all come back to, I guess, that sense of self and the awareness that you've given us, like the toxic 10. But the simple things, Joseph, it's like walking, it's water, it's intention. Like, it's not rocket science, right? I feel like I've got a boom moment.
Yeah. And that's the whole point. And I do want you to know, everybody, first off, thank you so much for your trust and your energy and all those things, for hanging around and listening to me yak. I do want you to know life is much simpler than we've been led to believe. We've been led to believe that you're not good enough and that you don't have enough money and unless you have this, unless you have that, and so on and so forth. Well, listen to me. Everything that you want is already out there. It's already out there. The money you want is already out there. The body you want is already out there. The relationship, all that stuff is out there. People used to say, there used to be this old saying, and the saying was, I'm waiting for my ship to come in. My dad used to always say, well, why wait? Throw on a life jacket and swim out there to it. It's out there. Go get it. And that's what most of us don't do because we don't know how to do. And the first place to change is us. It's not somebody else. It's not the world around us. It is us. And when we get that, it's not throwing you under the bus. It's not anything. It's like, let's work on those things. Sometimes it's bit by bit, and sometimes it's, all of a sudden that kind of thing. And my outcome is to always help people do whatever pace you want to go at. but I'm going to give you information. I've given a lot of stuff here today, a lot. And I don't expect you to remember everything. I only had you write down a couple things, and you only have an assignment to do 4 things. But if you do those things, it's going to put you way ahead of the average person.
Yep. Joseph, we've literally got like probably 4 minutes left, but Kylie Thompson's just asked if you could repeat the toxic 10 just really quickly for us.
Absolutely. You ready? I'll go slow. Procrastination, hesitation, fear of failure, fear of success, self-doubt, self-loathing, imposter syndrome, stress, overwhelm, and fear of rejection.
Brilliant.
All of those have subsets, by the way, all of them, because you can go, okay, well, this is that kind of thing. But those are the 10 that are the top of the waves thing, that if we deal with things, we deal with those, and it'll trickle down into everything else.
Yeah. And I can totally relate to that. You know, probably only 5 years ago, I had probably all of those probably ticking off in my box. And the reason I've been able to step up and shine like I am today is because I put a lot of that to bed, and I'm still got stuff that I've got to deal with. I'm not perfect.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
You know, I'm pushing it aside. I'm getting on with life, and just come from that space of servant-hearted leadership and just love, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, you know, I wanted to. I'm going to just dive in and say thank you so much, Joseph. I always learn so much from you. You know, from this is the Los Angeles Tribune really launching the Australian marketing show, and so many more shows to come from Australia. You got to kick it off for us. You know, from myself and our CEO, Mr. Mo Rock, we're so just honored to have you on. Any last comments before we let you go?
Yeah. Last thing is this: is that remember this, everybody, because we all got what it takes. And I know that sounds cliche-ic, if you will, but we really do. You were born, you got the same kind of nervous system that I do, as Mo does, as Michael does, as everybody does. And it stands to reason that if we got the same kind of stuff, then we can do more, similar, or the same as. So remember this, that life is always exactly what you dare to make it. What you dare to do, whatever you dare to make your life. And fortune favors the bold. And so the trick is to learn how to boldly step up and dare to be magnificent. I thank you, thank you for listening to me. Thank you for being, this launch and having me on here. And I look forward to serving you even at a deeper level.
Awesome. Everybody give Joseph a thunderous round of applause. 5s, 10s, whatever you want to put in there. Joseph, you just go back and have a brilliant day. There was one quick question. They wanted to know when you're coming to Sydney, and I didn't know if that's something that it came up a couple times.
Yeah, I'm leaving Sunday, so I'll be there on Tuesday. Gosh, I think the event is on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Oh. Great. So you know what we can do? We have a post call for everybody who registers. We have a post call on Tuesday, and any information you get me, Joseph, I can get to the people on the post call.
Absolutely. Okay.
There you go. That's perfect. All right, everybody, give Joseph a thunderous round of applause. 10,000. Look at that. There's like 100 million just got put in there. So
okay. So look, everybody that said that, you ain't seen nothing yet. Nothing yet.
You're the man. All right, Joseph. Thank you so much. Have a great day.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right. It's no matter where I am right during the day, I've had him on early. I've seen him, how many of you seen him on the big stage? How many have seen Joseph on the big stage with Tony or with Deepak or anybody else? Put a 10 in the box so we know. And the greatest thing is, so good question. The post call. So first of all, you have to be registered. So Jeff, can you put the registration link in? That would be fantastic. The post call is going to be 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time next Tuesday. That means then on Wednesday, it would be, and I leave that up to Jeff because I do know the time, but I can do the math really quick, but I figure bring the Aussies in on this one.
No, you got me.
It would be Jane.
1 p.m.
There, thank you. It's 1 p.m. Sydney time. So make sure that you're all on. You'll have myself, and I'll be able to answer questions. And again, I'm Vice President of Los Angeles Tribune. We put all these great people on. Joseph's actually one of my mentors. My other mentor, who I will get on the phone with me, so this will be a special guest, is if you make sure you register, and they'll put the link down there right now so you can register, is Mary Glorfield. Mary Glorfield was Tony Robbins' vice president for 18 years. She actually helped Joseph get going and get the start. She did 82 countries with Tony. So right now, make sure you register for that event. You'll be with us, and we'll all do this together on a big Zoom call. It's a Zoom call. You know what that means? That means we can all look at each other. Your camera's on. None of this camera's off. I'm not there. That doesn't work for me at all. So with that being said, I'm just looking to see where we are. So I was playing with the schedule. Okay, good. The other thing too is I just wanted to let everybody know, and then I'm going to turn it back to these amazing Aussies for a minute, is that as we do this, it's all about learning and education. So think of it this way. Take everything Joseph just gave you and put it into practice. Because you can sit on it all day long and it won't do anything for you. The other thing too is realize that we have ways to be more involved with us as the Los Angeles Tribune. Yes, we're at the Grammys and we do the Oscars and the red carpets and we have the Olympics coming up. So do you. We just 4 years ahead of you. And there's so many things to combine with. We want to do this as one family. So if you're an entrepreneur, small business owner, large business owner, CEO, author, speaker, trainer, you're going to want to connect with us. The best way to do it is make sure you register, be on the call with us. I like to know who I'm dealing with. I like to know who you are ahead of time. And so just be on the call and participate. Have your cameras on. Do whatever it takes to make that happen. And we're so, myself and Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, we love that communication. We love that really, it's a worldwide family. Our shows go out to 50 countries plus. So this show, just because it says the Los Angeles Tribune Australian Market, it's going out to our worldwide audience. And the great thing about that is it's one team, one family all around the world, and doesn't change from that perspective. The other thing too is we're going to do something. Our next speaker, and again, I'll turn it over to you two for a couple minutes, and then our next speaker coming up is great because we're just going to chit chat about grandkids. So no, there's maybe nothing else will happen on that call, but the other thing too is after that, we're going to just give you a little way to work more with Joseph, if that's what you so choose, because it's something that I did too. And what I realized is when I have some of the two greatest on the planet, Joseph McClendon and Malcolm Jamal Warner, giving their time, and Malcolm was on Cosby, he's been on about 45 shows. He was just on The Resident. That was my daughter. Ooh, he's on The Resident. I saw The Resident's the best. There's all those things that he's done in movies, but it's giving the time to us to be live with them. That's the kind of thing that I'm always going to jump into. So I'm going to give this over for the next 3 minutes to these wonderful Aussies, and I'll be right back.
Thank you, Michael. And wow, Jane, wasn't that a marvelous session there with Joseph McClendon? Absolutely as excited as a caffeinated kangaroo bouncing on a trampoline, that's for sure. One thing I did learn through that was how to stand out a little bit more.
I've got to tell you, like when you think about what Joseph said, when it comes to knowing yourself and then knowing what your product is, why would you buy it yourself? How do you transform people? So know what about yourself, know about your product, and then know who you serve. Like from a marketing point of view, if we can neuro encode the people that we can influence by our products, our services, and come from that part of heart connection and magnify what we do so we can actually change those people's experiences and what they're doing in the world. Like that little domino, that's us. I'm so excited about what he shared.
Yeah, and I really loved what he basically shared. You can sum it all up in one word, right? Love. And in a world that's starving for connection, it's starving for love, it's starving for trust. And when we can work out how to put our marketing in a space that helps people to feel seen, heard, valued, and known, ultimately, right? They feel loved. And that's what I so resonated with that. And that vibration of just putting out, hey, I love you to everybody in that 50-foot rule. Like,
I love you too.
That was pretty cool. And Jane, I love you too. Like, it's just brilliant being able to pull this together to be able to pull this show.
And what about starting with someone like Joseph, right? How amazing is that? And he models what he's teaching us as people who influence in marketing. He showed us the FedEx, right? The logo. So he's modeling how to create the aha moments whilst he's creating it for us. So just brilliant.
Yeah, brilliant. Well, we literally got 30 seconds before our next guest, and Celine Egan is a dear friend of mine. She was actually one of the people that helped me to come to faith about 10 years ago. So really, really honored to be able to bring on Michael and Celine for our next guest. But yeah, to kick this whole show off with Joseph McClendon III, absolutely mind-blowing. I know we've had record numbers already. Comments are blowing up. For those of you who are watching, please go and share this with your friends. Like, let's get it out there. Let's go further. Let's go faster. What is it? Further, faster, forward?
Faster. Yeah, let's do that. And we've already had like hundreds of comments. So over to you guys.
Over to you, Michael.
Actually, it will be great. All right, you two, I'll see you in just a little bit. Go, this is where they get to take a break. They don't get to leave. They don't get to move from their chairs, but it's just how it goes. So, all right, fantastic. I got Jane off. There we go. Yeah, actually, because that question came up, I tracked it. This was over about 20 minutes ago. In the first hour, we had over 600 comments. So give that a thunderous round of applause. That's a little mind-boggling, actually. That's sort of, it's just amazing. So the thing is, keep commenting, because here's what we do. We're watching the comments. We're watching everything happening. And without any further ado, the excitement, the energy coming live from us, yes, from Australia. Let's give it up to Celine Egan. There we go. How are you?
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I am going to do my Joseph smile.
Oh, that was good. Those grandkids just like dropped from that one. So this is, Celine, I'm going to do a quick bio, but I love people to talk a little bit about themselves. But because my business partner, Mary Glorfield, really her empowerment for the rest of her life after everything she did with Tony and Harv is women on stage and women with their voice and promoting their voice. So I read this a little of you again. I went, I gotta have you two get together. So we got to have that connection. But you're a wife, a mother, a grandmother. I'm a grandfather. This is all we talked about, by the way, when Celine and I got together. We were supposed to talk about the show, what we're going to do. We didn't talk about any of that. CEO and entrepreneur. You're direct selling Australia board member, vice chair, industry veteran of 42 years. Passionate about, this is the one that caught me, and I got to send this to Mary. Passionate about empowering women to live a life on purpose, for a purpose, creating legacy, impact, and wealth. Let's give it up for, we brought you on already, see. But it is, the one thing is, it's living life with a purpose, right? We talk about that all the time. So can you talk a little bit about what you're doing, but how really, because it's really empowering women, but you're empowering the humans because they affect everything else. So talk a little bit about that.
Absolutely. Before I do, I just want to say thank you so much to the Los Angeles Tribune for getting this event started. I think it's going to be absolutely amazing as we go forward from here. So honored to be on the first one of many I know going forward. And a huge shout out to Joseph. I have pages of notes and I just loved what he brought to the table. It really was fantastic. But I suppose I would love to ask each of you, what if you realize that success comes when you move from the pursuit of just wealth to significance in creating an impact? And, when we got together, Mike, you're right. We spoke so much about the grandkids and all of the rest, because what I've learned over time is it is about, as you really shift from that pursuit of just wealth. And I get we have to, when we start out in business, that we have to make sure that we've got a roof over our head and we've got bread on the table and all the rest. But let's face it, most of us who would be watching today are very blessed to be in, the top percentage in the world where we have those things to worry about them. The next part of that, then, what I have found in my journey has been that true success comes from when we shift into then how can we impact others? And that could be through your product. I love what Joseph asked about, would you buy your product from you and why? And for me, it's an absolute 100% yes every day. But it's the why that's actually more important, because I know that through what we get to do, we get to be able to impact people's health, wealth, community, and then paying it forward through impact, through giving. So that for me, I think is just so exciting. And it was a shift for me when I realized how important thinking outside of myself. And again, I'll come back to Joseph. He talked about them rather than me. When I shifted there, everything changed about my business and my business success.
Yeah, I think that's that. it's that part of ourselves. And and I'm going to watch our time, but it's like the first time being on stage and being scared, and getting
Yeah.
thrown up, and there's 4,000 people out there, and you're in Singapore, so the stage is like as high as. But for me, really, what shifted, and right, anybody else, if they've ever had this experience, and what you just is, I realized it's not about me.
Yeah, totally.
I
I mean,
realized,
I'm nervous
right, go
every
ahead.
time I go to
Hmm.
do something. Whether it was
Hmm.
this morning, I have to say, I had some prayers and I was nervous. I had a little call with a couple of my grandkids to actually calm me down. So there you go. They come in really useful, by the way. Those of you who are not grandparents yet, grandkids come in really useful for it. But I also realized too that actually the day that I'm not nervous, well, the day that it actually doesn't mean anything to me. Whereas I get when I'm walking out on that stage or webinar or that if there's one person out there that needs to hear something that I'm going to channel. It's because I always believe too that it's not just coming from me, it's coming through me. So I'm just the vehicle that's getting to be used there. And so I think that when we do shift, and again, huge difference, because you might be nervous before you go, but when it is about them. And so for all of you here today, I was praying earlier on that whatever it might be that happens today, that you will be best served, and that then it just shifts everything. It makes it very, very different.
And I think with that shift too, and really as we take that part of ourselves, the important part too, and I think you touched on this a little bit, but I think this is I try to get this into the mindset of them as much as I can. Like later today, we have Dan Kennedy on. We have sort of the godfather of marketing, but can you talk a little bit about mentoring? It's just I hammer that so much, and so does everybody. And I still ask people, do you have a mentor? Well, and your brother-in-law is not your mentor.
No. I mean, I think Joseph touched on it earlier on, but we are the people we surround ourselves with. It's so important to look at who our peer group is. And it's also so important to have mentors, coaches in your life. For me, I learned early on that if I wanted to grow, I needed to be looking at who were the people I aspired to be like. And I learned to ask, could I have a cup of coffee? Could I pick their brains? Whatever it might be. I would always be respectful about it, but there was never anyone, and I can honestly say this, there was never anyone that I asked, could I have a coffee with? Could I have an opportunity to be able to have a conversation? Would they mentor me? That they said no. There was no one that ever did. And so for me, I believe then that's so important to be able to pay that forward. So it's really, really important that if you are somebody who's on here, who's had some, whatever level of success, remember, you're always a day ahead, somebody who's just starting. So you already know one day more of where they are. But if you are somebody who actually really has had a level of success in what it is that you do, look at how you can put the hand down to pull somebody up. Okay, look at what that looks like, because there will be times when you need to put your hand up to go upwards. And we want to create this circle of giving and mentoring and coaching, because Jeff said it earlier on as he was saying, the world needs all of this. It needs this positivity. It needs this love. It needs this mentorship, I think, because we are relational people.
And that's, it's great that you say that, because we have that conversation all the time. And myself and the CEO of the Tribune, Mo Rock, there's a mentor, and it's like we mentor each other. There's been that sort of dual relationship, and so many of us, and that's the age thing. Then you start to, well, if they're a lot younger than me, but that's that you're pre-qualifying or qualifying them right out the window, right? I've had some amazing mentors that are in their 20s. My grandkids are mentors, let's be honest. Right? So can you talk about some of the mentors that really have happened in your life? And the other thing too, people love to know what great book. Now everybody says Think and Grow Rich. I got that, right? We hear that all right. But like, what one or two books that you've read that really keeps you moving forward, or even some podcasts?
Yeah, absolutely. So for me, a couple of things with the mentor thing. I have to say that age is just a number. Okay. I look at it. I mentor now. I mentor people who are older than me, younger than me. It doesn't matter. My mentors are older and younger than me. My coaches, age is nothing about that. I mean, I'll be 60 in a few weeks' time. It doesn't make any difference. I've been mentoring since I was probably in my late 20s. So it really just looks at what have you got to offer it. Every single person, no matter who you are, you have something to offer to someone. Always remember that. You are valuable, worthy, lovable, and okay. And you literally have got something that you can gift to somebody else. I think that's so important. My mentors have been far and wide. My first mentors started off in the books that I read. They are your mentors, because sometimes you kind of go, oh, I don't know anybody. Oh, yes, you do. There's a bookshelf that you can probably go to. And in fact, one of the most powerful and first books that actually really impacted my life was Success Principles by Jack Canfield. And it was just such an amazing book. For those of you who have not read it, it is like a doorstep. You could probably kill somebody with it if you actually hit them, but it is just amazing. I used to gift it to my team actually back in the day. And it impacted me so much because it was simple principles. And again, I think that I love actually what Joseph said earlier on, simplicity is the ally of activity. There were simple principles that were easy to be able to apply, the responsibility game, playing above or below the line, all of those kinds of things. And that went on, that actually led me, that one book led me actually to where I sit today. It's so funny because from there, I continued to grow and learn. And I actually then traveled to America to go to see Jack Canfield speak. From there, I was in his platinum program. I then ended up with the Direct Selling Women's Alliance. It literally created this flow-on effect that led me to be introduced to Juice Plus, where now I sit as CEO of Juice Plus Australia and New Zealand. So opening one book, listening to one podcast, having a conversation with one mentor. Now, what I will say, just reading the book or listening to the podcast or any of those things is not going to get you the results. What did Joseph say earlier on? It is all about the do that produces the results. So yes, I read the book, but then I had the courage. Then I happened to be at I'm going to name drop here. I was at a BNI event. Ivan Meisner, who actually founded it, was there. He asked me about what my favorite book was. I said Success Principles. He said, I'm friends with Jack Canfield. You should go and I'll make sure you meet him. So I did. I stepped in faith, though, that was going to happen. And each one of those things happened. So no matter what mentors, no matter what podcasts you're listening to, no matter what books you are reading, please do. One of my dear mentors, Richard Blissbrook, who's still a mentor today, 8 years of mentoring me, he actually said to me, never read a book without a pen in your hand and highlight it. Like, study the book in so much that you could actually teach it. And again, I think we have gotten to a stage where we're just consumers. We want everything quick. We want, give me the bite-sized pieces or whatever like that. And yet we don't study it, that we would apply it and that we could actually teach it. So yeah, that's for me. So Success Principles, there's been so many books over the years kind of thing. The one I'm reading at the moment that I'm loving is Buy Back Your Time. And so, yeah, so many books. But yes, highlight, exactly, Jeff. Highlighter, pen, notebook. I study it rather than just read or listen.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Do you remember Bob Proctor used to his Think and Grow Rich? Right, that thing. Remember that book? And that's the first thing he showed us was he's like, even if you start here on the back page, you start somewhere and you take your time. This is not read it from front to back and but soak it in and understand and then apply it. Just like you said, it's then you need to apply it, and that's where I think the importance of. And by the way, DC Cordova's on, Doria's on from Money and You. And I know she's in Singapore. I was chatting. She's like, oh, I'm going to get on. I want to hear everybody. This is awesome. So thank you, Doria, for being on. But you've touched on several things that I always say, to become more, you want 3 coaches, 2 mentors, and a mastermind. And so you've sort of touched on the coaching and the mentoring. Can you talk a little bit, now that you have all this application, why the power of being in a mastermind?
I love mastermind. I love the opportunity. And in fact, next week I'm spending 3 days in a mastermind. So, which for me, it's just so important to be able to get outside of my comfort zone. Masterminds really are, no matter where you are in your journey, beginning, middle, or, towards the latter end, masterminds are those things that will continue to stretch you, to continue to grow you. and continue to allow you to have the ability to be able to sow into people's lives and then sow into yours. Early on in my career, kind of thing, one of the things that I did actually when I moved down to Tassie and where I met Jeff was actually I started masterminds myself. So John Maxwell. I did a lot of his study and training. I love so many of his books, and I loved his whole principles around masterminds and the format. So I literally that's what I did. I started these just for small business people, for us to come together and be able to have a mastermind where you got to be able to talk about the ups and downs of life, of business, of whatever it might be that you're going through. To have it. I think it's so important, and whether that's online, which of course now this virtual world, you can be in a mastermind with people from all over the world that can be able to add in there, or finding a peer group or a mastermind within your own communities. And if there isn't one, start one. I can tell you that there will be so many people that will say, I would love to get together once a month, once a quarter, whatever it might be, to be able to brainstorm and help. It's so important. And I invest into that a lot. Now in my career, I just know and appreciate the value of it so much. So yes, next week, 3 days in Sydney. I'll be back in Sydney to be in a mastermind for 3 days.
Yeah, I love it. And that's been an important piece. And it was obviously, my business partner created the Platinum Partnership with Tony. And that's the two of them. Just to me, that's like one of the big ones out there. And then we did the same thing over at Peak Potentials. I did that, with Harv. But it's always that think tank. It's getting together on that different level, especially when people are outside your framework. I love that. But get them outside your framework. Get outside your sort of comfort zone. So this is going to go fast. I've got a countdown timer. It's called Mr. Jeff. But we've only got about 3 minutes left, and this has gone really well. So
we knew it would. We knew it would go so quickly once we started talking.
I know, it's great. And we're definitely going to have you back, because I think you have so much of what you've created. We have our leadership show in May. We're going to do the Australian leadership show. And I'm definitely going to invite you to our big Los Angeles Tribune leadership show, because I think you have so much to bring, and I can tell we've touched on a little bit, and that's okay, because sometimes that's the best way to do it. So with the 2.5 minutes we have left, what would you like to tell this amazing audience out here?
Really, what I would love to say for you to take away today is think about straight away, who can you impact? Like, that's going to be that shift. Yes, you know why you want to sell your product or service but dig even deeper into thinking about the impact that you can pay forward. What does that look like? Really shift from success to significance. And when I say significance, that's not about you, it's about others. What does that look like? Because that shift, if you knew that small little shift of taking it away from about you, what you can get, and making it about them, okay, and how the impact that you can actually make would exponentially grow what it is that you're trying to create, I know that you would shift and do that today. So that's my challenge to each and every one. Take some time after this. You're going to have so many notes from all of the amazing speakers all day. I'd love you to dig a little bit deeper on not just why you sell a product, but then who could you impact as a result of that? What does that really, really look like? And again, thank you so much for having me here. It's been so fun. And I hope that there was something there that we've been able to share in our conversation, both proud grandparents. And that's actually one of the most important things, because we're now creating legacy income, legacy personal development, legacy growth as we get to pay it forward.
This has been, for myself, and again, the CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, Mr. Mo Rock, and the Australian team that has just blown out the door and just done an amazing job. Thank you so much for your time, for your energy, for your being that leader that you are, for helping and empowering and continuing on, because we know the days are sometimes up, down, right, left, and we keep moving forward every single day. So for myself, again, let's give Celine Egan a thunderous, we all know how to do this. You can put a 5 in, you can put a 10 in the chat, a thunderous round of applause. Celine, thank you so much for being on with us.
Thank you. My absolute honor. Take care. God bless.
Thank you. All right, we're about to go to commercial. That was just amazing. And then hold on, because when we come back from commercial, you're going to see a quick video by Joseph, and we're going to invite you, because we talked about a mastermind. And if you want to be part of a mastermind in a group that's doing this together every month, this is for you. And this is really the Aussies were all over this because they're like, no, 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 you've got to show people this is our Australian show and we want them all to come together. So here we go to commercial.
Hey, listen up. Your future self is watching you right now. It's waiting for you to make a decision. Are you going to keep doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same results? Or are you going to finally break the cycle and level up? Because let me tell you something. The only difference between where you are and where you want to be, the only thing standing in your way are your habits. But the great part about it, the great news is that habits are reprogrammable. And that's why Malcolm Jamal Warner and I created something called the Make It Matter Mentorship. And here's what you're going to get once you step inside. Live monthly coaching where we break success down like a science. Proven, easy to apply strategies to take you from where you are to where you want to be. And a community of people who won't let you play small anymore. Listen, most people never take action. They never do what it takes. But don't be most people. Click here and get started. Click on the button and make the decision to make it matter, and I'll see you at the top.
All right. So we're going to give, because some of you, I just saw some of the comments. We're going to flash that slide because that slide flashed way too fast. So we're going to flash that slide. Go ahead, Jeff. Flash the slide. I love it. So it is. He's there. We go. So it is every day about making a difference. Every day about making a difference. There you go. There we go. All right. So if anybody wants to just join or be part of, you just take a picture of that. We did that already. It's in the chat section. So, and the greatest thing is we're all doing it together. Actually, the Aussie group joined it. I joined it. We're going to do a mastermind together as a group and a team of individual worldwide. We have people already in 14 countries. And we're all learning at the same time. Joseph's my mentor. Joseph is a mentor of many of us, and there's many out there. Malcolm Jamal Warner, the way he tells a story, there's nobody like it on the planet. So let's, one team, one family, let's do this together. And, you know, it is that part that is so important that we do this together. And we also have the registration. And the registration is going to be put down there. And the registration is to be with us next week on the call with me. It's to be on with people from all around the world on there. And you know, the greatest thing is not everybody's going to show up to that. That's the funniest thing. When you get an opportunity, there it is right there. When you get an opportunity to join people around the world and join a post call, I always look for the ones that show up. Because the ones that show up, I'm looking for the leaders. I'm looking for those that get excited by doing it. I'm looking for those who want to say, I want to be part of this. Look at that. Here we go. You want to see future leader? Boom. There's a future leader. And if you saw I saw this, Leslie, how many grandchildren she has. I am so impressed. I am beyond impressed. I mean, beyond impressed is so just amazing. I can't tell you. So anyways, I'm going to turn this back over to the Australian team. They have been a blessing in everything we've done. Oh, hold on. Here's other future leaders. There's future leaders right there. And be on the show. And here's the thing. When you're on next week with me, I can tell you, Leslie, you're amazing. I can tell you that it's going to be a bunch of Australians, but it's going to be podcasters from around the world and entrepreneurs and small business owners and all these people. And I don't care if there's 3 of us or 500 of us on the call. We're still going to talk to each other. Cameras on. Make sure your camera works with Zoom. Cameras on. Be part of it. I might even put you all into different little breakout rooms quickly and get to know each other, or I'll give you a little homework. We'll do a mastermind. You never know with me. I've done this for a long time. And what's the other thing too is a lot of the trainers who have been on today are going to be on just like all of you. They're just going to be on listening, and you might get popped in a room with them and you can ask them questions. And it's really doing this together and doing it as one team and one family. And what happens too is people have a tendency of dropping off. We've got Dan Kennedy coming soon, right? We've got Simon Bowen coming up. We've got Paul Dunn. We've got a panel of some of the greatest from Australia, and podcasters and teachers and educators and marketers. And you can keep asking questions, by the way, because we do grab as many as we can. And it makes a difference every single day. So here we go. Let's give it up back to I love it, Team Australia. We're going to, right? This is great. Let's give it back up to Team Australia. You guys have an amazing show. I will be back. And they're letting me take a small break. I like this. They work me hard. So, all right, you guys, we'll see you soon.
Thank you, Michael. It's been an absolute blessing to be here, Jane, with you and Michael and Celine and Joseph. And I'm so excited for Simon and Paul. And we've got all the other amazing panelists coming up to do as well. Like, the energy is electric. Like, I know this is virtual, but you can feel the energy, right?
Absolutely. Like Joseph spoke earlier around the fact that we have this opportunity, like the 50-foot rule. Let's make it 50,000 feet, right? We've got this opportunity to connect with people, and gee, the energy he brought and the gems that he had, and then what Celine just picked up on around, it is about the impact we make. It's about, how we can influence others. And as marketers, it's not just about what we sell. It's about the impact we make for our grandkids and our kids, and just trying to get our kids to eat dinner. Sometimes we have to become the supreme marketers of broccoli, right? So there's so many gems, Jeff.
Yeah, and look, I'm so blessed to have people like Celine in my life for the last decade. Been mentoring me in that space, and have that caliber of mentors in my life as well. And I'm reflecting back on. I'm pretty sure is it John Maxwell that says, we become the 5 people we hang around the most, and that they rub off on us, and it's so true. And I love the fact that what Celine was saying, that as leaders, especially servant-hearted leaders, we need to have our hand down the mountain. Pulling people back up. And I've always said, if you've got, leaders who have got their hand down the mountain and focusing on the legacy impact and bringing people up with you, you've got people that you're running the race with, you're locking arms with, you're doing it together. And in the same time, you've got people who want their hand up and they want that hand up. You've got the 3 factors for a really awesome community. And I've got to say, I love that's what we have here in the Los Angeles Tribune. Is the impact of community to have the caliber of, influence and mentorship and coaching in that space, to be able to go into a space that's just servant-hearted. Joseph here, he hasn't been paid to be here. Celine hasn't been paid to be here. They're here to show up and shine and serve, and I love that.
Yeah, and I think, just listening to that concept of the neuroencoding, and how we can influence our subconscious, and the fact that if we can create an emotional connection, and we can create emotion, but then supercharge that experience by having the commitment to impact for others, as people who turn up in our own businesses, or as you and I are on the podcast platform for Los Angeles Tribune, we're turning up to be of service. And when we come from that position, it just changes everything. And that's what I love about the concept of what the Los Angeles Tribune is doing here. It's about the connection and the commitment. No salesy stuff, right? It's just like, here we are and we're sharing.
Yeah, and that was one of the big sort of hard and fast rules for all our speakers, right? No sales, no pitching, just come up and show up and serve. And I love the fact that we're getting out of that transactional conversation. And we're all just really mission focused, right? And we're here to help, serve from that heart and serve from that core. I know when, in my early days, in my 20s and my 30s, it was very much ego driven, right? But I think as you get older and the wisdom kicks in, you realize that you actually stop selling. You actually sell more in that place, but it comes from that service, right? It's not about the sale. It's about the impact, like Celine was saying. How have you been able to sort of really achieve that in the last sort of, 6 months, 12 months in this space?
Look, it's interesting because it takes me to a conversation I had just recently with a client, and I asked him about his ideal client, and there was no compassion, there was no empathy, there was no transition of the transformation he wanted to create. And I kind of stopped the conversation and said, what makes you wake up in the morning? Like, tell me what it keeps you alive. And he said, oh, and he lit up with this other thing he was doing. It's like, dude, you're never going to attract people. He's like, why am I not attracting people to my business? And just like what Joseph said, it's, you know, how you turn up and how you feel about the people you serve. So I guess in the last 6 months, what I've seen is if you have that intention, like we know neuroscience tell us if we start with an intention, and like Joseph said, start with a glass of water in the morning, right? And smile at yourself and have some gratitude. Just how you turn up and the intention of how you serve is what I love about all the speakers today. Everyone is here to serve, and the intention that we've set in this amazing group where we've been communicating over the last few weeks, everyone is just so excited to show and showcase the Australian marketers.
Yeah, love it. So I'm going to hand it over to you because you've got an amazing interview coming up with Simon. And before I go, I just want to mention, everybody, let's get it out there. Let's share this far and wide. Let's go and create a bigger impact together. Let's lock arms. Let's go and let's go serve. But Jane, over to you, champion. I look forward to hearing this interview with Simon.
We'll speak soon. Well, we're going to bring Simon Bowen up here. And when Simon joins me, I have to say, it's a bit of a fangirl moment. Hi, Simon. Welcome. I think you're on mute.
Let me try that again. How are you?
Oh, Simon, I have to say, you know, here we are in this Australian marketing event and he's beaming in from America. So, you know,
Yes.
We can do anything, can't we?
We absolutely can. I'm in San Diego. It's gorgeous.
There we go. Well, look, you know, earlier today we had Joseph McClellan III on, and he spoke around the 5 senses as marketers that we can use. And I'm so excited to speak with you because as the founder of the Models Method and the creator of the Genius model, it's all around visual models. And I just want to say on a personal note, before I throw over to you, is that, you know, I've been a follower of Simon's wisdom for many years now. And what has always struck me is that country boy who came from the town of less than 1,000 people, those principles and values of how you turn up and you serve, Simon, has always been something that I've tried to model myself. And now as a creator and a founder to help, you know, people find their own unique solution and codify it into a visual model, you know, one of the 5 senses, and have that embedded on such a deep psychological level. You know, I love the fact there's no manipulation, there's no pressure. And so I'm going to jump straight into the marketing question because I know that you use this term often, the industrial age marketing and selling. And I want you to reflect on that and how things have changed now in the marketing world.
Absolutely. The industrial age of marketing and selling was really predicated on foot in the door sales technique. And foot in the door came from, you know, when door-to-door salespeople selling vacuum cleaners, they used to buy shoes where the sole was wider than the actual foot of the shoe and they were leather. So if the door was open, you put your foot in the door, the person could slam the door as hard as they liked against that shoe, but the door wouldn't shut and you had a gap to keep shouting your pitch through, right? And industrial age selling was predicated on, I have to make you understand the value that I want you to buy from me. So it's a selling driven dynamic, right? But in today's world, 2025, where information is everywhere, the job of the salesperson used to be to close the customer, educate and close the customer. The job of the salesperson today is to facilitate the buyer's decision. It's their decision, not ours. And so in today's world, it's not our job to make the buyer understand our value. It's our job to make sure they feel like they've been understood and move them to a position where they make the best decision for them. That might mean sometimes they don't buy from you, but they will at some point in time. And I'm really very keen on the idea of buyer safety as a key pillar of how people market and sell these days. Buyer safety meaning the buyer feels safer with you at every step of the interaction than they would be with any other alternative. So, and there's five levels of buyer safety that I often talk about, but the 5th level is safety in commitment, meaning the customer, the buyer, feels safest by making the commitment to buy from you. The 1st level of buyer safety is safety in anonymity. This is the open market. This is where they want to check you out through your website, on the internet, but they don't want you to know that they exist. This sort of thing of, if you don't know I'm here, you won't try and pitch at me.
Don't sell me.
Yeah, you can't see me, right? The second level is safety in numbers. So I might come to your webinar, I might get onto your mailing list or your newsletter list, or be a subscriber to your podcast or whatever. I know I exist, but I'm one of many. And so I feel safe in that way. The third level, and this is like a funnel narrowing down towards I'm going to buy from you. The third level is safety in process, meaning, you know, I can download a lead magnet, for example. I can get more information. I could even book an appointment with you, but I'm in control. I could also cancel that appointment if I want to. Then there's this fourth level of biosafety, which is really quite curious. And it's the idea of safety in privacy. So, you know, those people that have gone to buy a car, husband and wife or partners or whatever, and the car salesperson takes you for a test drive, and then they won't leave you alone to talk amongst yourselves, right? There's no privacy for you to process, is this the best thing for me to buy? But if you tick each of those levels of safety, which are actually quite counterintuitive to industrial age, pressure-based false scarcity and urgency selling, the safest thing for the customer to do is to commit to you, because they feel safer with you than they do with anyone else. And so when I started teaching people to draw visual models, and I mean draw, not click through on PowerPoint, but actually draw. When you draw people in. You know, stop clicking and start drawing. We are analog beings living in a digital world, right? And when you draw, it's an analog process, and people sink into that. And when we were children, we used to do, you know, really bad drawings that mum and dad would lose their minds over and frame and put on the fridge. So we have a deep emotional connection to drawing, right? And the oldest recorded communication is cave art, drawings. And so when you draw visual models, or you show people your value, rather than just tell them about it, you show it to them in a model, a framework that says this is how this would work. It's a very transparent level of selling, and that creates safety. So it's a, you know, it's a very different way to marketing and selling, and indeed communication, than we've all been taught, because we all came through school with words in books, you know, speak and read, as opposed to, how about if I draw this for you? And just listen to that language for a moment. I used to get hired by the government to, you know, they'd put a couple of hundred people in a room together. They'd say they're arguing with each other over this issue, but they are universally aligned in their hatred for us as government. And you've got 2 hours to get them to agree, right? And the process was simple. No pressure, but the process is simple. Just frustrate them for 3/4 of the available time. So for 90 minutes, just frustrate the room. And that's not hard to do. You just listen to everybody equally. When people are in conflict, they want to be more heard than everybody else, but just listen to them all equally. And then with about 30 minutes to go, if you go to a whiteboard and say, I think I can draw this for you, and you extract a model from the room, it's hard for people to disagree with something they helped to build, but it's highly transparent, and safety kicks in. So long answer to a short question, but we have to step away from industrial age selling, this false scarcity and urgency. Stop trying to make them understand why they should buy from us, and instead make sure they feel understood. Step away from the seller and enter into a mindset of serve the buyer. So away from the selling brain to the buying brain. There's a whole lot of other thinking underneath this, but we've got limited time, and I want to make sure we cover as much territory as we can.
I love there. I wish you had a pen and paper, because you know you kind of talked to us about this funnel, right? We're going in this funnel where people are coming in and they're feeling anonymous and safe. And we talked about earlier around this fear and trust. But as you go down, you're getting more intimate and knowing them better, and they get to know you better. And it's more about them than us.
Oh,
and
Jane, I've got a pen and paper.
You always have a pen and paper.
Can I draw it for you?
Oh, if you could draw it, that'd be great. But I don't know if you can share screen. Let's see. Oh,
let's try.
There we go.
How's
Simon,
that? Is that working?
Show me.
Let me just move.
I think you're mute now. And what's really interesting about this is, you know, Simon, you're on mute, but when we look at a visual model and this whole analog person in a digital world, you draw us in because we're anticipating what you're going to do next. Well, right?
Well, people can see the future coming, and curiosity kicks in. People hate an empty space, but they can also see it lay out. So if I talk about a funnel that looks a bit like this, out here, you know, in the open market, people want that safety in anonymity, which is what I was talking about before. So I'm one of, you don't even know I'm here, right?
Yeah.
And so I can check you out. That's why your LinkedIn profile is so important. People want to check everything out about you. It's why your website's important. It's why online reviews are important. I want to check everything out about you, and they do. You know, people that speak professionally at conferences watch the audience and they're Googling you while you're speaking, right? But then eventually I'm going to move into your orbit, and I'm happy to have safety in numbers. I'll be on your mailing list, on your newsletter, on your podcast subscription or whatever. And these two levels are almost, these are the kind of the marketing phases. But as we step into selling through here, at this point, the prospect raises their hand. And by raising their hand, they're basically saying, I exist. I'm interested in a direct conversation with you. And so they want safety in process. So if the first time someone raises their hand, you're saying, do you want to buy my stuff? That's not safety in process. That's pressure. But as soon as someone comes out of this safety in numbers and says, I think I'd like to have a conversation with you, you could almost use the language of absolutely. And whether we're a fit or not, listen to the language, whether we're a fit or not, us having a conversation will at least help you to get closer to the decision you have to make, right? So because my agenda always is I want you to feel safer with me than you do with every other alternative, every other technology, every other person, every other alternative.
And then we've got, you're still keeping them in the power seat, aren't you? It's your decision.
Absolutely. Like you can cancel the appointment, right? You can, a lot of old selling was very manipulative and all designed to take control, take power away from the buyer, right? And we all push back when power is removed from us. But then there's this interesting safety in privacy. So out of this process, what do you leave them with? Video content, et cetera, to allow them just a half a beat to decide if they want this. Now, what I can guarantee people is if you remove safety and privacy, you will end up with buyer's remorse. But if you give people the half a beat to just discuss it with their significant other or just think about it for a second, now that doesn't mean let this buying process just drag on. You need to create a cadence and keep it moving, but do not deny them the right to think this through for their own benefit. And so you end up out on this other side, which is the safest thing for me to do is to commit to you, safety and commitment. I'm going to buy from you and I feel fantastic about it. This is the best decision I could have made. So buyer safety, this kind of pretty simple concept. I don't know, I think I first started talking about this about 5 years ago, but this idea of just create the safest, this is actually a psychological design for a funnel, basically. And you could build all of this on, safety in numbers is the webinar. This is your sales process and booking system. This is all your marketing. This is a part of the sales conversation and then a period to rest. And then the step into a call to action. It's a subconscious psychological design for a funnel, a marketing and sales funnel as well.
You blow me away. And look, we've got less than 5 or 6 minutes, but what I would love is that, in May, the Los Angeles Tribune in Australia is going to have a leadership summit. There's a lot of people out there who would like to be thought leaders. They'd like to have, a visual model. Could you share one that we could take away maybe on marketing or selling or getting results?
Let's fly without a safety net for a moment, and let's build a model for you, right? Well, actually, I'm going to try and squeeze 2 models into the 5 minutes, right? The first one is my favorite. Sell people their future, not your features. And so there's a model called the futures model that I was doing some roundtable work here, and there's a guy here who he manages professional sports people, NBA, NFL, that sort of thing. And he generally is signing them up when they're 18. And the young player wants to make a lot of money. The parents actually want them to have a sustained life, right? And so I said to him, here's how I don't know anything about being a sports manager, but here's how I would make the sale if I was you. First of all, are you good at what you do? He said, I'm the best in the world. Fair enough. That's a big call. You need to justify that, but let's go with it. I'd be saying to this young player, you're 18 years old, and if you're lucky, you'll play this sport for 15 years. And over those 50, and then you'll be ready to retire. And over those 15 years, people say you can't predict the future, but I actually can. Over those 15 years, you will have been on a red line where you just drift through this.
Are you going to share your screen with us? Or are you going to keep this a secret, Simon?
Thank you. You'll be so you're 18 in 15 years, you'll be retiring, and you'll either be on a red line drifting down, and you will have had a career that won't have delivered what you wanted financially and professionally, or you will have been on a green line heading up with outrageous success over that 15 years, right? And what if one of your best mates was on the green line and you're on the red line, and you look back over 15 years and the gap now was insurmountable? Right now is your closest you're ever going to be to that green line. And I'm the best in the world at putting you on the green line and keeping you there and making that happen. I'd say that to the kid. And then I would immediately turn to the parents who are usually in the conversation with them and say to them, but I just want to speak to you for a moment. That's all your son is interested in. But I want my management of your son to set him up so that at 35, he's equipped to be able to be on the green line for the rest of his life and not the red line. And for me, the red line is intolerable in both instances. So he's making the decision about, I want to make a lot of money and I want to have a great career. I'm saying to you as the parents, my number one interest is to equip him so that at the end of his athletic career, he has a green line ahead of him for the next 50 years. If that's what you're looking for, I'm the manager that you should be engaging. This is a done conversation.
Yeah, and it takes everything out. It takes the opposition out, doesn't it?
Oh, totally, because we know no one else is going to talk to them like that.
Yeah.
This is I call this the futures model, right? Sell people their future. It's either red or green. Think about it in the context of what you sell. Build a story around. So what I've just walked through then is really deliberate choreography. I studied stage magic and comedy because selling is a performance art. Right. And I'm using punchlines, I'm using pathways, I'm collapsing paradigms and reintroducing new paradigms in nanoseconds. We want to bypass the critical faculty and get to that part of the brain that just captures information. It's tied up in some of Daniel Kahneman's fast brain, slow brain work that I know you're familiar with. And the fast brain doesn't really understand all of this, but it goes, it's a framework. I'll give it to the slow brain. It can think about it. If you just talk, the fast brain doesn't hear it and it goes, it's just all noise. I'm going to shut it out. You give the fast brain a framework who goes, I don't understand that, but it's cool. So I'll pass it through and the slow brain can work on it. It bypasses the critical faculty. 83% of the information that comes into the brain from the world around us comes directly through the optic nerve. 55% of the brain's reflex action is attached to the optic nerve. Why would we shut that out of the conversations we're having? So, with people in marketing and selling, the people who communicate most effectively are the ones that win. And can I just kind of make a point? And I'm hoping I get the time just to, in 3 minutes, I'm going to try and build your model. Assuming my clock is the same as yours, right? We're all selling two things. All of us are selling the same two things. People want to be made safe. It doesn't mean they want to behave safely. They want to drive too fast, drink too much, eat too much, etc., etc. But they want someone or something else to make them safe, which is the sports manager saying, the red line's intolerable. I'm going to remove the red line from your future. And then the second thing people want to do is to win. Like no one's going to say to someone, I'd be happy with an average result. Right? They actually want to win in the context of their need or issue. And the green line is about, I'm going to help you win. So when we paint two futures for people, we're saying, I'm going to keep you safe and I'm going to help you to win. Let me show you what the future looks like. I can actually predict it. And I know exactly how to take you along that green line because I've done it with thousands of other people. I know what the gateways are that we need to move through and close behind us to get there. Now, if that's who you're looking for to help you, I'm your person. If that's not what you want, I'll see if I can point you to somebody else. How much else would you have to try and get through to get that message to somebody in the space of time that I've discovered?
Interesting here, Simon, is that just that visual look at the beginning, it's like there's two roads that are going to diverge. This is the closest you have now to actually being on the green road and making a bigger impact. Like, how long do you want to wait? Like, just seeing that rather than saying it just makes such a powerful story.
Right
so
now,
I really appreciate that.
yeah, right now in this moment, you're as close as you're ever going to be. The past doesn't matter anymore. And so the only decision you've got to make is, are you going to get on the green line? It's a powerful, powerful model. And I know we're really running out of time, but, rather than build the model visually, because that would take time, I use a simple iceberg very often to teach people to sell. We spend time with the models method codifying core founder genius. So people that have started a company have an intuitive genius about them that they brought to the marketplace that caused this company to grow, right? And then as the company grows, that intuitive genius from the founder, who's usually the best salesperson because of that intuition, gets diluted. The sales team starts saying, well, we're more expensive than the rest of the market. Maybe we should lower our prices, et cetera, et cetera. And that leads to external commoditization. And the difficulty is people who have real genius have difficulty expressing it because it's intuition. They just know what to do and say. And the market can't buy your intuition. They can only buy organized genius. So when you take it and you build it into a model, the genius model is a model I created. We can codify the entire genius of a company in one single model that takes about 7 minutes to explain. They go,
my
okay.
goodness. I think we're going to have you back in May, right? 7 minutes for us to build our own model that takes
that says to people,
genius.
here's what we're going to do. Yeah. But, think about an iceberg, folks. 30 seconds left. Think about an iceberg. The surface of the iceberg is tangible value. Everybody understands that. The second level below it is intangible. Speak to that. But at the base of the iceberg is your profound, genius-driven, wisdom-driven value. If you are not selling at the base of the iceberg, you are just like everybody else in the marketplace. Figure out your iceberg and, what is the deepest, most profound wisdom you bring to the market, and draw. When you draw people in. It really is actually that simple.
Absolutely amazing.
Simon. Mic drop. When you draw people in. We got that visual model in our heads now as we go into marketing our own businesses. Thank you so much for joining us and tuning in from the US.
Yeah,
thank you, Simon. That was absolutely amazing. We'll definitely have to have you back on the next one, but appreciate you. And we'll wrap it up there and we'll move on. We've got a big show to keep going on and keep on the track. Thanks, Simon. Wow, Jane, talk about just mic drops left, right, and center, and masterclass, right? People pay tens of thousands of dollars to go listen to these guys speak, and we've got this here for free. And not only that, we've got a global community here. We've got people from the Philippines, we've got Vietnam, we've got Japan joining in. We've got over close on 550 people watching around on the YouTube and Facebook and LinkedIn. And hey, if you're watching and if you haven't shared this yet and you're just tuning in, please share it. Let's get the impact out there. Let's go wider. Let's go further. Let's go faster. And let's do this together. But Jane, I suppose let's just reflect here for a couple of minutes. We've got Simon, we had Celine, we've had Joseph, and we've got Paul Dunn, and next we've actually got the king of direct selling, right? Marketing. And so we're going to sit here, and I've got my pen and paper ready. Mr. Bo Rock, our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, is going to be interviewing none other but the grandfather, the legend, Dan Kennedy. This is a guy that I've been
stand on the shoulders of giants, really, when we're out there marketing, and Dan's one of the first. So it's just I can't wait for this interview. And what really strikes me about all the people that we've spoken to so far, at the heart of it is the heart, right? At the heart of when Simon talks about there's the industrial age of marketing, we have all experienced that. And whether we're aware of it or not, we've had that kind of salesperson with the foot in the door going, but wait a second, listen to me. And I think it's an opportunity, as Joseph said, to have that awareness of where you're coming from. Because I know sometimes you got to catch yourself when you're like, wait a second, I know I can do something for you, don't go. And you're having that kind of Titanic moment. And it just brings it all back to why we do what we do. We believe in our product and the transformation that we make.
Yeah, and I'm reflecting back to what you're saying there. It's what Celine had to say about we've all got some value and we've all got some impact that we can share with everybody around us.
Yeah.
And when we just slow it down and we just meet people where they're at, and instead of helping them to understand us, we seek to help them to be understood, like Simon was saying. I think that's powerful. And it keeps coming back to, as you say, the heart. And and feeling connected. You know, I did a masterclass just yesterday, and the quote that came up, comes to mind is people don't buy from strangers, they buy from connection. But we can go from, stranger to connection very, very quickly when we help people feel understood, right?
I know, and one of the other things I just want to come back to, it's that I'm still reflecting on, is what Michael said. Actually, you should have 3 coaches, 1 mentor, and 1 mastermind. And I felt a little, like I've got a lot of coaches and mastermind people. I've got a coach in neuroscience, 1 in AI, 1 in marketing, 1 in speaking. And I think I've got too many, but it kind of reinforced to me, we are a human having a human experience with all of these different aspects to our life. And marketing allows us to bring all of those together into our unique product and teach it and share it and make the transformations. But we actually are standing on the giants of people like Dan Kennedy's and Joseph's and Simon's and Celine's and Paul, who we'll speak to soon. So, I'm just so excited for what's coming next.
Yes, me too. All right, well, we're going to head to commercial, and we're going to then bring on Mr. Dan Kennedy and Mo Rock, and I really can't wait to just get my pen and paper. Make sure that you share this. Like, we've sort of kept this session here right to the smack bang in the middle. We've got over 550 people watching around globally. Let's get that up to 1,500. Let's get it out far and wide, and let's get some free training from the master himself, Dan Kennedy. All right, we're going to head to commercial.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
Our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching.
Segment, I want to diminish the power of that word. But today, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are alongside a true living legend, the one, the only Dan Kennedy. And I want to let folks know this is not BS. That is not AI. That is really Dan Kennedy here with us. And it is truly a pleasure and privilege to have him here. Now, before we start this interview and segment, I want to go ahead and ask my co-hosts very briefly, how excited are they, starting with someone that, like myself, is a student of Dan Kennedy's, although in my case, it's been from afar. In her case, it's been more directly. Dr. Emily Letran, how excited are you to spend some time today with Dan Kennedy here on the Los Angeles Tribune?
Well, thank you so much, Mo, for creating this event. And I am always honored to be with Dan Kennedy. As a refugee coming from Vietnam back in 1981, I've been studying from Dan since, I think, 2010, and learning from all of his students, really, who are leaders in their industries, and then finally making my way to actually working with him as a private client. I drag everybody to Dan's event, even my daughter who just graduated from dental school. And I think when you have the opportunity to be with a true legend, like you say, you show up and you be there. And thank you so much, Dan, for taking the time to be on here to share your wisdom with the audience of the Los Angeles Tribune.
Thank you.
And Michael Silvers, how excited are you?
It's such a pleasure, Dan, to have you here because our audience is not only worldwide, but they're watching from villages even. They're watching from positions of how can I get more information and how can I meet somebody like this? And you're bringing this to them. You're allowing them to take this information and knowledge and move it forward. And I'm really excited because it's been a long time. I've been around this industry for 25 years. And Dan, I've heard your name for 25 years. So, and a lot of the people I've worked with who have been successful have done it on the back of, or the learning from you. And I want to thank you so much for bringing that, because that also gave a lot of us the ability then to turn around and be of service and to give our gifts to other people around the world. And it's a blessing to have you on today in the Los Angeles Tribune. We're just so honored to be here.
If I could get you guys to follow around and do my introductions.
Well, Dan, if there's anyone I would do that for, it would be you. Now, I'm going to selfishly, and I'm going to apologize in advance for my selfishness here. I usually do a good job of taming that part of my nature, but I can't resist in today's case. I'm going to kick off with the first set of questions here and guide the conversation. So perhaps the most influential program in my personal life, certainly up there with the top 2 or 3 that have impacted me positively, is the wealth attraction that you created about 20 years ago, in 2004, 20 years ago. And what I love most about that is that it was not just about marketing, it was also about mindset, right? You laid out some very practical tools that a person can use that I've practiced, and the stuff actually works, folks. And one of the things that doesn't get talked about too often that Dan Kennedy teaches is actually to give money away. And so it might be a kind of an odd starting point here, but I just can't help myself. The concept of giving money away, Dan, the concept of sharing wealth, the concept of tithing, how has that impacted your life, and how important is it for entrepreneurs to start implementing more of that? Please, Dan Kennedy.
So the wealth account and giving account system, which is described in the NOBS Wealth Attraction book, it actually came from somebody that worked for me as a speaker many years ago. His name was Foster Hibbard. And it's based on a key principle enunciated by Dr. Edward Kramer as the size of the hole you give through is the size of the hole you can receive through. And so giving wisely is if you set aside the moral reasons to do it, about which we might disagree one way or the other, you can justify it purely from its practical effects. And nobody can really tell you in totality why this happens. Some of it is, I think, a closed loop about it improving your self-esteem, your self-image, your positive relationship with money, so that you are more attractive to it and you are free of guilt or other negative emotions about purposefully attracting it, acquiring it, and accumulating. So I think there's a closed loop to it. I think there's more to it than that. But if you just run what I teach is the 90-day experiment personally, which is you set up 2 separate accounts. You set up a wealth account and you set up a giving account. And the wealth account is tithing to your future. And so you pick a percentage of every gross dollar that comes to you. Can be 1%, can be 10%, doesn't matter. The relationship between the two isn't going to matter. But you pick a percentage, and every dollar that comes to you, that percentage comes off the top and goes into your locked wealth account, where it can only accumulate or be invested. And people say, oh my God, I can't do that. I can't pay my bills now. I promise you, if you can't pay your bills now, you won't be able to pay your bills after the 2% off the top either. It changes nothing in a negative way. Then your giving account, same thing. Pick a percentage, 1 to 10. It doesn't matter. You can do 1 to the giving account, 10 to the wealth account, if that's the way you feel. But pick a percentage and off the top into the giving account, from which it must either accumulate or can only be gifted. Charity, church, individuals in need, anything you want to do. That is non-commercial. If you will do that for 90 days, not believing in it at all, belief is not required, you will see some otherwise unexplainable, miraculous things happen to you. You will see your income go up. You will see more of your bills getting paid that were getting paid before, if that's a problem for you. You will see opportunities coming to you that were not coming to you before. And less tangibly, you will, even in that short a period of time, begin to have mindset changes about money and about your relationship with it. And so going back to the Kramer principle, if you enlarge the hole through which you give, you automatically enlarge the hole through which you can receive. And receive you will. And the act of doing it with every dollar. In the very early stages, if you have money coming to you every day, if you have a dental practice and somebody pays their bill every day, then you should make these deposits every day. It's a reinforcing psychological thing for you. So you're right, it's odd. To be fair, the first time I heard it, I thought it was metaphysical mumbo jumbo, made up for the seminar room. But I'm a curious fellow. And so I ran the experiment, and I became a lot more interested in it 90 days later than I had been on day one. And I've pretty much done it now for 40 years. Next year will officially be my 50th year in my businesses. And I will have done it for 40 of those. And significantly increased the percentage to the giving account over those years. And I have never seen it deprive me of a dime. The dimes I needed, want for myself, materialize anyway. They happen anyway. But the wealth account grows, and the ability to do things grows almost exponentially. I mean, we've gone from being small donors to barely 6 figures in a year donors to almost 7 figures in a year donors. And you would think that that would leave you with less money of your income, but it does not work that way. It works quite the opposite. It's interesting that you picked it.
Yeah, well, thank you, Dan. And the reason why is because I think it's a overlooked principle that you've taught. I think that a lot of the other principles get attention, but I don't want that to get glossed over. I think it's important for us to also promote that principle in terms of just social responsibility amongst entrepreneurs. I think it's important for us to start practicing the act of giving. And in your words, in the Wealth Attraction 6-hour program, of which I have pretty much memorized, you said it's the damnedest thing that works, right? But it certainly does. Now, I don't want to monopolize the time. I'm going to kick it to some of my colleagues here, Dr. Emily or Michael Silvers, if any of you have a question. We are here, folks, with the living legend, Dan Kennedy. Michael, please.
Yeah, I did. So Dan, because I'm just, this is a conversation, right? And this is fascinating because I knew this 25 years ago and started to use it myself. And I also found that when in rooms, we took your concepts and what you taught and we taught it to children, they much easier took the concept than if you told an adult. How in your rooms did you break down some of those barriers to get people to actually do this? And I want everybody to listen to this because it's life-changing.
Well, so I think pretty much the presentation of any new or different or unorthodox principle, strategy, or tactic to adults is tougher than to kids. Now, it's easier to high-performing adults. For them, all of their accumulated experience helps them process something new. And they tend to be very opportunistic. So it enables them to process something new and immediately think about, how could I adapt this? How could I use this, right, for myself, for my business, for my family? And so all sorts of innovations. So think about the drive-in window at the fast food joint, which is now, I don't think there's a fast food place that doesn't have one. Okay. But there was a day when none of them had it. And it came from banking. So one day, a banker is getting some stuff through the drive-in window, and he says to himself, the restaurant owner is at the bank, excuse me, and he is making a deposit out at the drive-in window, and he says to himself, I don't think we could put the milkshakes in tubes, but otherwise, this could really work for us. Now, what's remarkable about that is how many other restaurant owners that year went through the drive-in window at the bank and made a deposit or cashed a check and never had that thought. So it's the capacity to have that thought that you don't immediately rule out anything. You're really curious. You're really opportunistic. You're always looking to see if there's something you haven't thought of before that somebody else knows that might be beneficial to you, right? Now that describes somewhere between 1% and 5% of the population. If you're fortunate enough to be in a room full of them, as many cases I have been as a consultant or as a speaker, it's a really electric environment, and it's a joy to be there. And at the end of the day, you didn't notice that it was 5 o'clock, and everybody would just like to keep going. The other adults, the majority of other adults, have used their accumulated experience to build walls and to immediately reject ideas that don't perfectly fit what they already know and do. So like the worst answer ever from a business owner is, that's not the business we're in. Maybe, but does that preclude the idea? So if you look at Disney over the years, right? Disney was a cartoon studio. Then it was an amusement park. Then hotels. Then, gee, if they'll stay in the park for 2 days and they'll stay in our hotel for 3 days, will they get on a boat for 7? Yep. Now we're in the cruise ship business. Then we cruised somewhere and we let them off and they run around in that town and they buy a bunch of stuff. Would they be happy never going anywhere but our island? And we cruise out there and let them off and they run around and buy a bunch of our stuff and they get back on our boat. Will they do that? Yep. Gee, if they'll stay at a hotel for 3 days, will they buy the room as a timeshare and come 9 days a year? Yep, they'll do that. But at any point, everybody could have said, well, that's not the business we're in. We're not in the cruise ship business. We don't know anything about the cruise ship business. We don't want to talk about the cruise ship business. So the overwhelming majority of adults, that's their reaction. Mike Vance, you would all like Mike if you've never listened to Mike. He's deceased, but his programs are available, Adventures in Creative Thinking. Mike worked with Walt personally, and he developed the first Disney University program for staff. And Mike said that if 95% of the people were in charge of things, we'd be lighting our rooms with bigger candles and we'd be going to work on faster horses. So that's the majority of adults. Now, kids actually operate very much like the high-performing adult. For a different reason, they don't have much experience. So there's no accumulated experience to get in their way. So their curiosity is very high. Their open-mindedness is very high. And they're very opportunistic. Right? So they're looking, can I adapt this some way to get more candy when I go trick or treat? Right? Can I adapt this to get my parents to let me have a pony? Can I? So the kids and the high performing adults, for different reasons, behave exactly the same way. The rest of them you're right. They're very tough. And you can't just lay an idea out there. You can't even just lay a fact out there. You have to sell it. And often you have to spend some time selling it. And you'll still only penetrate a relatively small percentage of them. But hence 6 hours talking about a subject rather than just here's a book. Better the book than nothing. But the reality is that set of principles and strategies needs about 60 hours. It needs to be sold. And as an aside, we do people a disservice by not selling them on selling. Most formal educations and certifications and talents and skills and businesses are of little value unless they are matched with selling. Dr. Emily's daughter just graduated from dental school and right into private practice. And most don't do that. Most get a job. Most that go directly into private practice fail because they think it's about the dentistry. But the clinical is of very little value if somebody can't sell a patient on getting it. Her daughter is closing $20,000 cases, and I don't know how many months out of dental school, but not very long. And now that makes her education more valuable to herself and to patients. Her clinical skills more valuable to herself and to patients. All of it more valuable to herself and to society. And I grew up, I was born in 54 and I graduated high school in 1973. Sort of the post-World War II boom era in America. And selling was a big part of American society. Anybody that wasn't doing it for a living was often doing it as what we now call a side hustle. The direct selling companies like Tupperware and all the other party playing Stanley, there was like a party, a home selling party in most neighborhoods once a week. And kind of everybody was selling something. And in more agricultural areas, which I spent time there, the product went from the greenhouses, but it didn't all go to the grocery stores. It went to the kids who set up stands out by the street and sold. Everybody was kind of positive about it. And there was an army of salespeople out loose in America, walking in every business, doing in-home appointments and so forth. And over time, for a variety of reasons, we've sort of diminished that in society. And we don't do anybody any favor by letting them think that they can be wildly successful just on the basis of a talent, a skill, a formal education, a certification, or a business without this.
You know, before I kick it off to Dr. Emily, there are a lot of sales trainers watching this. There are a lot of business owners watching this who have spent so much time and energy to encourage members of their team to learn the action of closing deals. And it's a frustration that many people can empathize with, having team members or having individuals or even entrepreneurs that will do absolutely everything under the sun, except for the transaction point, right? The most beautiful, gorgeous graphics, the most beautiful, gorgeous videos, the best presentations, the conversations, the asking about the family, everything you can imagine, except for closing the deal. Dan, what is the deal with that? Why do some people just not have the ability to close a deal?
Well, they all have the ability, but most won't do it. And see, anytime that you teach tactics and give tools to people who are not committed to the principles that produce the strategies that make the tactics work, you are you're spinning your wheels. And so this is largely about a person's attitudinal and emotional relationship with what they're actually doing. I had clients for a number of years in the home fire alarm business. And at a time when it was a $8,000, $9,000 sale made in the home at the kitchen table. And the biggest difference between, to your point, everybody got taught the same presentation. Everybody had the same product. Appointments were set for them. By and large, the prospects were the prospects. Everybody had the same media tools to use to sell with. But the success in actually selling a wide range from great to starving, largely having to do with wimping out when it came time to ask for the order. But that had to do with what they believed about what they were doing. And so almost without exception, the top performers authentically, honestly, sincerely believed they were saving lives for a living. It wasn't just a corporate slogan. They bought that. Okay? That they weren't so much as, selling tin cans with alarm devices in them. They were saving lives for a living. And because of that, they were extremely reluctant to give up on a sale, because that night could be the night that house goes up in flames and that 6-year-old kid burns to death. The ones who were not very successful because they were weak about closing the deal, when quizzed and pressed and talked to about this, had not bought the underlying concept about what they were doing. They saw themselves as salespeople trying to close sales purely for their own a commercial purpose. Not that there's anything wrong with the commercial purpose. There is not. But that alone does not breed conviction and courage. So organizations try and fix this with one new sales training program after another, after another, after another, as you described. And it is like if you give somebody a gun for self-defense purposes, there's the tool. And you teach them how to use that gun. And you drag them to the range, and you even get them skilled and adept at using that gun. But if push comes to shove, and there's a potential evildoer coming through the window on their back porch, and they won't pull the trigger, all the rest of it is of no use whatsoever. So if we haven't addressed what's your philosophy about life and death and right of self-defense and right of property defense and how you feel about all that, but we do all the rest of it, we're unlikely to get a good result. And in that case, we might even get a bad result. And the same thing is true about the end of a sales process. Now, the other thing I'll quickly say is the better the marketing is, the less you have to quote, quote, close the sale. The sale becomes a seamless, natural, organic part of a process. So if the person to be sold to has been properly selected and they have been properly prepared by marketing, the sales professional's job gets a lot easier. And that's sort of one of the worlds I live in, is the marketing step that precedes the actual sales event.
Dan, I must say that since I've been on Planet Dan since 2010 and reading all of your No BS books, all of that have prepped me and taught me the mindset that you're talking about right now. Exactly. And earlier when you talk about Disney, you were talking about the brand without, really talking about the brand. So for a lot of us, the entrepreneurs, the business professionals, the doctors, the dentists, the doctor of optometry, all of us, a lot of time when I'm working with clients, they understand the tactics, like you say, they are armed with the knowledge and everything, but that mindset is not quite there. And a lot of time when I'm learning from you and when I'm teaching them is the understanding of positioning yourself as an expert, which of course you beautifully do that for many decades. When people want to position themselves as an expert, it also helps to leverage other brands that are known. So for example, the Los Angeles Tribune, or I've been featured on the Profitable Dentist, or the Dental Town, some of the industry magazines that are known. How do you want to encourage people or teach people or push people into becoming an expert in their field, in their town, in their community, so they can easily close the sale, like you say, given the fact that they've done some of the marketing or all of the marketing? What is the best way in your mind to get somebody to think, I'm the expert and it's my job, it's my duty to go out there and save lives?
So there's two aspects to this. So one is legitimacy. You don't really want to be the mouse that roared. It's better to be the lion that doesn't have to, but you don't want to be the mouse that roared. So in order to position yourself as a trusted advisor, an authority, an expert, it's really helpful to pick something and narrow it enough that you can legitimately be expert in it, that you can know a lot, and that you are very familiar with what it is that that you are going to position yourself as an authority of. I have, because my total topic range is broad, I have gotten clients from time to time over years who wish to ask me questions about marriage and male-female relationships. And I steadfastly refuse to answer them. I'm long married. My third wife is my second wife. So I got it right the third time. I married rich finally. But I tell people, I don't know why she left. I don't know why she came back. I don't know why she's here. I'm clueless. My methodology is to carefully look in the door, and if the furniture's still there, it's a good day. That's the grand total of what I know. So for me to talk about that is foolish. And there are people who do, in my field, my broad field, success education, there are speakers, authors, etc., who do themselves and people a great disservice by either hopping from one trendy fad topic to another, or by presenting themselves as masters of everything and opining and trying to be an expert about everything. And I think that that's the wrong approach. I think it's hard, unless you are truly psychologically weird. I think it is very hard to sustain a position that lacks authenticity and integrity. So the foundation for this is actually make yourself one. Now, that does not mean you need to know everything there is to know, but you got to know enough that it feels legitimate to you, not faked. And then all of the strategies and tactics for creating expert positioning and trusted advisor positioning, they all work pretty well. One of them, which you described, one of the tactics, is based on the principle of association, which is if you are associated with known and trusted entities or other experts in your broad field, a certain kind of halo effect occurs. And you are automatically viewed as more important and more authoritative because of those associations. And so that's why appearing with the Los Angeles Tribune, it makes practical sense, right? Somebody says to themselves, you know, I've heard about this Kennedy guy before, and I've never really done anything about it. And maybe I thought he was full of baloney, but geez, it's the LA Tribune, and it's the profitable dentist, and it's here, and it's here, and maybe I'm a dummy if I don't investigate. And in my case, usually that means we sell a book. And then that means we sell 15 books because they come back and buy a bunch of them. And then that means we get a member, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the principle of association then drives tactics like who you choose to associate yourself with and who you very carefully don't, where you choose to place yourself and where you very carefully don't. These are often earned breakthroughs. They don't happen like out of the blue. But like my 9 years on the big public success events, we did 27 to 29 cities a year, mostly in basketball arenas, 15,000 to 35,000 people in the audience. Zig Ziglar and I were the only two speakers who appeared on all of them. But other business speakers, Brian Tracy, Jim Rohn, I'm sorry, Tom Hopkins, celebrity CEOs, 4 former presidents. That did a lot for me because it rubbed off, right? Phone calls came because I saw you on Success. And opportunities came and relationships happened and all of that. But it's not like that happened out of the blue. I won't bore you with it, but you know, it happened as a unpredictable in specific, but predictable in general outcome of a long series of seed planting and cultivation activity leading up to that invitation. So all the stuff, writing a book or books, otherwise publishing as an authority. I'm a big fan of the newsletter business for that purpose. Association, used carefully. Media, obviously. And the good news is there's more media than ever. The bad news is there's more media than ever. But all of those things work in concert with a level of authenticity about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're here alongside living legend Dan Kennedy and Michael Silvers. If you have a question, I'm going to kick it off to you. Michael Silvers, please. You're muted, by the way, Michael. You're muted.
I sure am. So
I'll bet that doesn't happen very often.
No, isn't that funny with the Zoom, right? We went into COVID and everybody was muted half the time. And it happens in our life. But, Dan, I love the way you talked about associations because we talk about that. We talk about that a lot. And it came from obviously the work you did and the work that happened. And I went to a lot of those big stadium events and I remember those. And it was creating an association. What would you say for somebody who's starting out as an entrepreneur today? Somebody who's not known by anybody, how should they start building those associations? Because things are very different, but they're not at the same time.
Well, that's right. I mean, you find something to be known for that has marketplace value. that you can connect with deliverables that people will pay for, and that you can build a audience from. I don't necessarily mean an audience in a room. I mean an audience that pays attention to you and follows you and is interested in you. And it doesn't matter whether you're going to start a cupcake store or something much bigger and more grandiose, whether we're really talking about B2B or B2C. You're going to have a dental practice. The deliverables are not your business. Your business is you and the influence that you can create. And so you start by being interesting and useful to somebody, and you build on that. And then it's 2, and then it's 6, and then it's 8, and then it's 20. And gradually, their ability to influence, if you will, the quality and capability of what you're attracting to you goes up, which means it all works better for you. The 2 most important questions for anybody in whatever business environment they're in, local community, particular industry or profession, whatever, is who will mention me today? And who will mention me today who has the potential of influencing people who could or should be my customers? And I actually call it mention marketing. And the more of that you can make happen, the better. Because when somebody hears, so you guys said it about me, and I hear it all the time. When somebody hears you mentioned by this person in their world, and also by this person in their world, and also by this person in their world, at some point there's a tipping point. And even the dullest of them says to themselves, if all these people are all mentioning the same guy, maybe I should go look at that guy. Now, you really can't buy it. And it's not really advisable to buy it for a variety of reasons. It won't happen organically either. You have to cultivate it and nudge it and help it along by saying things, writing things, doing things that cause you to be mentioned in a relatively tight environment. So each mention builds on the other mention, on the other mention, on the other mention. That gets us to the third question, which is, it has to do with good guilt, what I call good guilt. The third question is, who can I put in debt to me? Not financially, not really even formally, but in their mind. That the equation is this person keeps doing things that are useful and beneficial to me. They send me a newsletter that I really like and has useful stuff in it. They refer somebody to me. They mention me, and it gets back to me that they've mentioned me. If you're a decent human being, at some point, you begin to feel obligation. The scale's out of balance. And subconsciously, if not consciously, you want to discharge that obligation. How do you do that? By a reverse of the same process, right? So that's the third question. And it even loops all the way back to your first question. This doesn't really count in the giving account, but it is a form of seed planting through generosity. It is, I don't know if I'm ever going to get reciprocity from you or not, but I do know that it's possible based on who you are and who you know. So why not, if I have an opportunity to do something that helps you, and it's like no skin off my nose to do it, why not do it?
Yeah. Dr. Robert Cialdini, who's a friend of mine who's been on our network before, also talks
He's much more polite about it. Yeah.
He's a little more polite about it, but I prefer the Dan Kennedy style personally, but to each their own, right? He talks a little bit about this principle, law of reciprocity as well. And there's so much that we could talk about, Dan. One of the things that I would be remiss not to talk about is obviously a lot of people watching this are entrepreneurs, marketers, or entrepreneurs that are seeking marketing help. And I've noticed, Dan, that there are a lot of people that call themselves marketers and have marketing agencies and sell marketing services. And when you kind of go through the layers a little bit, they're really actually glorified brand advisors. They can help you take some nice headshots, have a beautiful logo, work on your About Me page, maybe help you with the inbound marketing a little bit, but they're not really helping anyone make money or grow their business. And I've noticed that there's a lot of that, and it actually bothers me. If you're a brand advisor, call yourself a brand advisor. Don't mislead individuals in terms of the actual value that you're adding to a company. What are the distinctions for maybe some beginning entrepreneurs or newbies watching this that they should be aware of in terms of inbound and outbound so they know what they're investing in? Please, Dan Kennedy.
Well, so often that dysfunction happens because neither of these parties really understands marketing. The entrepreneur buying it doesn't really know what he's doing. And
it's the blind leading the blind, right?
And this agency person selling it doesn't really even know what it is. The pure brand building thing, by the way, you better have very deep pockets and a lot of time or extraordinary strokes of luck. So I always teach brand building as a byproduct of direct response. So you don't buy it, you don't pay for it, you get it as a byproduct of direct response. So the most important thing about marketing, and I have a kind of a 10 commandments list in the No BS Direct Marketing book. One of them is there will always be measurement. If you can't score it, don't do it. And so I started way back when in short pants in the ad agency world. And ad agencies are in conflict of interest with their clients. Because the typical agency formula is they get paid based on a percentage of what they get the client to spend. Today's social media agency is not much different. So there's a conflict of interest inherent in what's being done. And so if I'm on the agency side, the last thing I want is measurement. I don't want that. I want you to be really happy with brand building. I want you to be really happy with measurements that don't matter. Viral views, likes, posts. It's all nice. Some of it can be indicative, but none of it's predictive of money in the bank. You will see this every once in a while if you watch Shark Tank. Some poor soul will come on there, and his claim to fame is he made a video about his cat litter box that plays opera, and when the cat uses it, and it got 300,000 viral views on TikTok. And one of the sharks, usually Kevin, will say, gee, with 300,000 people watching this, you must be selling a lot of cat litter boxes that play opera. And the answer is never a good answer. And it's unfortunate because that person thinks, and math that doesn't mean anything does mean something. So you have to be able to keep score. You have to be able to keep score as it relates to return on investment. You have to be pretty ruthless about it. And ultimately, you cannot be deluded into believing you're better than your score. You are your score. Sorry to say it. I live here, but the Cleveland Browns are their score.
Yeah.
And the real Cleveland Browns, the Baltimore Ravens, they are their score too.
Yeah.
And so marketing has to be measurable and measured. And then you have to think about its purposes. So one purpose is to produce people to sell things to, leads, prospects, visitors to a store, visitors to a showroom, advertising plus marketing produces that. It can be to preface the sale so that the prospect is better prepared and the sale is easier. It can be to create price elasticity by remembering to do a full presentation that a salesperson won't, by establishing a lot of authority so that there's power to prescribe instead of necessity to sell. And you understand, so you decide what you want it to do for you and how you are going to measure whether it is doing that or not. Then what media to use to do it with. And that's the process you work on. The agency, be it ad agency, today's social media agency, the quote marketing agency, is rarely using that process. They are starting with, we have these services to sell. We have this box of things we do, and we have a way we charge for it. Now, who can we sell it to? And that's very different than the process I just described.
Yeah. That's very different because they're looking for their own interests at that point. And I love the way you put that, Dr. Emily.
Yes, Dan, you just mentioned one of my favorite term, price elasticity, which is you can really charge more for your price if you already position yourself as an expert. And your prime example of that, I think there's a myth that people think whether they have a storefront, brick and mortar business, or even online, they think they just need to get a lot more customers, and then there's a challenge in conversion, and then there's a challenge in closing, and then on top of that, retention. So when you're able to charge premium price, you don't need as many customers. You can pick and choose your customers. You can use magnetic marketing to attract the right one and repel the not so optimal ones. Can you expand on that a little bit more? Because I think a lot of us are just so busy getting more people in the funnel.
Almost everybody, first of all, underprices one way or another. In part, again, because of mindset and emotional issues about money and about price. That has nothing to do with reality, but it's there. As we're recording this, we are almost daily hearing a presidential candidate yammering on about price gouging, particularly in the supermarket industry. And it's ridiculous. It's not factual. 27 states have laws against it, and there hasn't been an anti-price gouging case filed in 5 or 6 years anywhere about anything. So if this was some sort of epidemic driving grocery inflation, we'd know about it beyond her claiming it for political purposes. But if somebody hears that enough, they start to wonder, am I price gouging? They start to have certain feelings about price that are counterproductive. Second reason it happens is because people have price linked to product, product linked to price, but that's not how the consumer calculates value unless they're a very poor person who has no choice but the cheapest price, period. The more affluent we are, the more complicated our arrival at value is. So, for example, we may value differential expertise. We may value differential celebrity. Okay? My personal physician, Dr. Michael Roizen at the Cleveland Clinic, has been a business partner of Dr. Oz's. He has PBS specials, and he is the author of best-selling books. I like to tell people that when I tell people about who I am as a doctor. Why? Because it puffs up my ego, because it's not easy to get this guy as a doctor. I had to create a strategy to do that. So there can be bragging rights, cocktail party conversation rights. There's all sorts of values and factors that contribute to value that are delinked from the core deliverable. Okay? A cup is a cup is a cup. But I paid, 5 times what I could go over to Target and buy a cup for because it's a Sherlock Holmes cup, and I bought it at the Sherlock Holmes Museum, which is ridiculous in and of itself, but I bought it at the Sherlock Holmes Museum in London, and I'm a big Sherlock Holmes fan, and so it has meaning to me. I like it, and I like seeing it every day when I have my coffee in it. Well, that's value that creates price elasticity. If I just wanted a plain white cup, the cheapest cup you could possibly buy to drink my coffee in, they exist, and I could have bought them. So most marketers do not understand actually the value equation that customers broadly and that their clientele specifically is using in their minds to arrive at, is this a fair price or not? Place strategy now matters a lot in price elasticity, right? So I tell this story a lot. I'll tell it briefly, or I'll try to. I own a bunch of racehorses, and I go to racehorse auctions from time to time, as does every racehorse owner. And as we're all leaving in the morning, our spouses say, "You're not going to buy another horse, are you?" Which is not meant as a question. And we all say, "Of course not. I'm just going to keep Bob company." Bob says, "I'm just going to keep Dan company." And we all arrive at the auction. And there, we all buy horses. So we are now coming home with this 1,000-pound behemoth in a trailer on a big leash after saying we weren't going to do this. So at the racehorse auctions, and nobody has copied him, I'm sure everybody thinks he's crazy, there's a guy who has a pop-up jewelry store. Now, all the other exhibits, all the other people selling things there are selling racehorse stuff. They're selling harnesses. They're selling protective boots. They're selling liniment, blankets, the helmets we wear when we drive. He's the only exception. He's got a pop-up jewelry store. It isn't even horse-related jewelry. It's just jewelry. He owns 3 jewelry stores in malls. But here, there's no special offers. There's no discounts. There's no buy the pendant, get the earrings free. There's no 60 months financing. There's cash and there's full price, because he's the only one at this place from whom we can get jewelry. We are captive. And it is easier to go home with the horse in one hand and the diamond tennis bracelet in the other and say, look over here at the diamond tennis bracelet. Don't notice the horse. Okay. So he does about 3 to 4 times per square foot what he does at his mall stores. He does very well. Now that's a place strategy, and it makes the price elastic. The buyer doesn't mind, by the way. I don't mind. I don't care. I'm just not going home with just a horse. Okay? And I lost half of everything I own once. I'm going to try not to do it again. You know, so that's a factor that creates value. Now it's delinked from the product, but it's still value that therefore affects price or fee. Okay? So all our thinking about this matters, right? So everybody knows they pay more at Disney for everything than they would pay anywhere. Anywhere. It's impossible to pay more than you pay for everything you get at Disney. Not only does everybody know it, nobody minds. Right? They joke about it, but they don't mind. Okay? I was entering the park not long ago, and there was a family in front of me, and he said to his wife, "How much do you think we're going to go over our budget?" So they've set a budget, and they already know they're going to go over it, and they're happy. Well, that's because there's a bunch of value factors there that have nothing to do with t-shirt, coffee cup, hot dog, etc. So there's a lot of financial opportunity in most businesses that never gets fully monetized because of the owners thinking about price or about fee. Now, to your other point, Emily, this has a determinant factor on how many customers you need, how many patients you need, how many new customers you need in order to hit your financial goal. It also impacts, therefore, on how many days you have to be open, how many hours you have to be open, how many employees you have to have, how much inventory you have to have, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So in the opportunities afforded us in price elasticity come opportunities to run a better, stronger, leaner, more financially efficient business. And really, when you get out of bed in the morning on January 2, would you rather need 1 million transactions this year to make your $1 million, or 100,000 transactions, or 10,000 transactions, or 1,000 transactions? In almost every business, the degree of difficulty is not proportionate to price. You can go over to the grocery store and buy steaks. And you can buy several different grades of steaks. You can order steaks from Omaha Steaks and have them shipped to you. You could order steaks from Kansas City Steak Company, which is about 2.5 times the price of Omaha Steaks, which are about double the price of the grocery store steaks, on and on and on and on and on. There's some product difference, but there's less product difference than there is multiple value factor difference.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the Los Angeles Tribune, where we have the world's foremost marketing expert, in my opinion, Dan Kennedy, here live with us. As we wrap up and close here in our final few minutes, before I ask the final question, I just want to do a check-in with my colleagues, Dr. Emily Letran and Michael Silvers, and see what are they feeling. We just spent about an hour with living legend Dan Kennedy. I'm excited to ask our final question. But Michael Silvers, how excited are you with all the knowledge that you've learned today?
You know, I've taken as many notes, and sometimes everybody out there, you see my head bobbing a little bit because I'm taking notes. And really, Dan, what you've done is everything that I've been learning up until now, it's like I've just begun again. And you've just given me these great tidbits that I can now, because I do this for my grandchildren, right? I do it for the next generation. And I can take everything you've done and the work you've done and we continue to do and just move it to the next level. And I'm so excited, not for myself, but for those out there that I can help with whatever their needs are to help them then teach it to the next generation. Thank you so much. Dr. Emily?
Yes, well, it's such an honor to be on here. And Dan, I know you know, but the reason that I'm on here with the Los Angeles Tribune is because of you, because of what I've learned from you, the power of association, positioning as an expert. And of course, I would say anybody who have a chance to read one of Dan's books, and there are 16 of them that start with no BS, so you can't miss them. That's how I first know you, is picking up one of those books. And of course, whenever you have the opportunity to listen to Dan or go to his event, the Professor of Harsh Reality, I would encourage everybody to be there and everybody to follow you. And thank you, Mo and Michael, for creating this opportunity for all of us.
Well, thank you, Dr. Emily and Michael. I mean, listen, you guys are going to hear me talk about this moment for months and years. It's I got to pinch myself that I have an opportunity to talk to somebody that I have literally just studied. I don't read Dan Kennedy's books. Reading, I might read Catcher in the Rye, I might read Harry Potter. I study Dan Kennedy's books. There's a distinction there, folks. And I want to, again, thank Dr. Emily Letran for helping make this possible. And I want to thank Michael. I'm going to go ahead and ask the final question here to Mr. Dan Kennedy. And again, it's been an honor for me. Dan, you know, here at the Los Angeles Tribune, our mission is to help change the status quo of media companies in America and around the world. And our principal theory is to inspire and uplift individuals, to inspire and uplift the world. How important is it, in your opinion, to have newspaper companies like the Los Angeles Tribune encourage positive stories that empower audiences as opposed to the traditional fear-mongering that we've gotten used to the last few years? Please.
So broadly, a principle, by the way, Emerson said that the beauty of a principle is the number of things it explains. A principle that I was taught very early about business is, regardless of anything else you're doing, part of it, you should be a good news merchant. Every time your customer, client, patient, donor has a interaction with you, by any means, when it's over, they should feel better about themselves and the world around them than they did before that interaction. You may have to give them bad news as part of it, but when it's all said and done, they should feel better about themselves and the world around them than they did before your encounter. And I believe, by the way, that is still in play in politics. Despite the overwhelming negativity of politics, I believe the winner is winning on the Reagan formula of, when you're done hearing Reagan, you feel better about yourself and the world around you. I think it affects every business. And I definitely think that you are right about it and the media business. You know, there's a reason in the newspaper business, when that was the media business, that the single most read page, I'm sure you guys know this, of the newspaper, read by more people than any other page and gone to first, was the comics. Before main news, before business news, before anything, people went and read the funny strips because they wanted to feel a little bit better than they were feeling 10 minutes ago. Second most read, sports. So people want their media to help them, to empower them, really, to be more personally effective in whatever it is they're doing. Running a business, investing, competing in a sport, raising a family. They want to be better at it. And to do that, they need to feel better about themselves. Now, that does not mean that we hide the world from them, you know, unplug the television set and become Amish. There are days I'm tempted, but, you know, that's not the answer either. But I think media has lost touch with how much of media once was about showing the admirable aspects of American life and of humanity. Reader's Digest, Life, Saturday Evening Post, so many magazines, Sports Illustrated, so many magazines that had a place in every household were about the admirable aspects of American life. They showed us people that we then said to ourselves, well, gee, if they can do that, maybe I can do what I'm setting out to be, right? And I think the media world has lost touch with all that. I think the pressure for clicks, about which you guys are very familiar, has caused everybody to feel they have to set a dumpster fire. And I think that's unfortunate. I worked 9 years with, I would say, the most popular and beloved professional speaker, certainly of his era, but actually probably of 4 generations, Zig Ziglar.
Yeah, I co-authored a book with his son, Tom. Very good.
Yeah, Tom's a good guy. And the one thing you had to say, whether you thought Zig was a little sappy, or you didn't necessarily agree with the religious position in his material, it was hard to walk away from a 10-minute conversation or 2 hours in an event room with Zig and not feel better. It was just hard to do it. It was hard to do it with Jim Rohn. And those people had enormously enduring, influential, careers. And I have tried to emulate that, and to always keep that in mind. And in some respects, nowhere near yours, but I've been in the media business my whole life. I mean, we published the largest circulation paid subscription marketing newsletter in the country. We publish in digital media, and I think you can get people to come to you with a car crash. I don't think you keep people staying with you, interested in you, with one car crash after another, because it's not transformative for them.
Right.
It's not transformative for them. And to the extent that you are playing a transformative role, my hat's off to you. My congratulations are to you. And certainly if there's any way I can be of assistance, you know where I'm at.
Well, Dan, I certainly look forward to finally using my fax machine. I've been saving it for a good reason, it seems. I'm just so grateful to have had a chance to spend some time with you. And in closing, I just want to let you know that on behalf of myself and everyone at the LA Tribune, we wish you sincerely great health, and we're really looking forward to seeing you continue to make an impact for many, many, many years to come. And it's my hope that this is the first of many conversations that we can share.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, this has been an exclusive with Dan Kennedy here on the Los Angeles Tribune. I want to thank our Vice President, Michael Silvers, and of course, one of our great partners, Dr. Emily Letran, for helping make it possible. We're going to be back with another segment.
Welcome to the Los Angeles Tribune page. Here you will find original news programming, exclusive digital events, and shows that are directly from the community. At the Los Angeles Tribune, we believe in giving a voice to the voiceless. We are proud to be the only national brand to empower everyday people to make a difference. Since 1886, our reputation has been built on truth and responsibility. Thank you for watching and making a difference.
For general inquiries, contact today. Thank you on behalf of the Los Angeles Tribune team.
What a great day. It's been, it's just been spectacular. And it's amazing to have the numbers that we're looking at. If you really look at, and the team's been also tracking the countries. We always go out to about 50 plus countries, but we've had comments from over 22 countries.
Wow.
We're over the 1,200 mark on comments. And the thing is, it's about engagement. Because you can do as many shows as you want, but without engagement, who are you really doing this for? And at the same time, are you talking with them? Are you being with them? And I want to make sure that everybody on here does a couple things. And let me tell you what's going on here. Let me just identify a couple people. So John Terry, he's part of our podcast network. He's in John Maxwell's Leadership Council, but he owns also the Martial Arts Hall of Fame. So he's a rock star in his own right with his own business around the world, and he's spoken everywhere. And he's just spending time with us today and making comments. We've had DC Cordova, Doria, and Doria and I were texting earlier today, and she said, I'm in Singapore, but I'm going to get up and I'm going to make comments and be there with you guys. And we do so much with her, and I've spent so much time with her. It's just been amazing. I mean, I can go on and on with all the people that have been commenting on here. And it's really thought leaders, people in knowledge leaders in so many different countries. And why? Because we present the Tribune everywhere. Why? Because we bring the message out to the world, because we have pictures from villages. We get constantly villages around the world that are watching this, and they're on the one phone and all the teenagers are watching it, but this is their only access. So we want to make sure that access continues. We've been doing this for 4.5 years now. Our biggest show hit 1.9 million viewers, and that's the one coming up again, our leadership show in May. We're going to have the Australian leadership show. We've got our Japan shows every month now. So if you speak Japanese, we do the whole show in Japanese. We're going to have the Mandarin show coming out in about 3 to 4 months. We have the Spanish show will be coming out. So it is about one team, one family, and really bringing it across. The Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, obviously, we have Jim Quick, Joseph McClendon, Ken Honda has just joined us, and it goes on, and I could go on and on and on. And it's really, again, a family. So here we are sitting in Australia. See, I got Sydney right behind me. But, and just changing the world and making a difference every day. And having Joseph jump on and willing to do that and willing to be with us and spend time. He's heading off again to Australia. He was just in London and Malaysia, and you never know where he's going to be. But it's just a team and a family, and we want to make sure that everybody joins us on any mission they can, be there with us all the time. And this next panel coming up, and I'm going to leave back to you two. I just wanted to say this next panel is coming up are incredible. What an incredible group of people. Either I know some of them for like over 20 something years, or I met them 5 years ago, or one of them, like I just talked to last week, right? It might've been this week. I don't even know anymore. But it's just everybody played full out. So the last thing I want is to make sure, number one, you all register. Register for next Tuesday night event, because we're going to be a team and a family on it. And it's going to be an amazing time to be with us. Make sure that you join us in Make It Matters with Joseph McClendon. There's the registration. So make sure you register. make sure that you also join us because Joseph and Malcolm, it's a year program. We're all going to be together. I'm in it. I signed up. I was actually the second one. Somebody beat me. I couldn't believe it. But it's really a great place for us to all be together because they're going to do a call once a month, and then we're going to do the mastermind together after that to figure out what they just taught and to put it in all of our businesses and our lives and our families and do it all together. So with that being said, I'm going to take myself off the screen again for myself and Mo Rock, our CEO. We want to thank you so much, Jeff and Jane. This is it's just been amazing. And we're not done, right? We got amazing panelists and speakers coming up, and everybody just hang out. We stay till the end. We always start together and we stay till the end. One team, one family. Over to you two.
Well, it's the JJ show. I'll just come up with that. We should come up with that at the beginning, right? Man, I'm absolutely on the ball with this, with you, Jane. It's been an absolute pleasure co-hosting this, and Michael's just such an amazing mentor, is he not? Like,
absolutely,
the way he leads with passion, and then just helps us to all step up and shine. He's a brilliant mentor.
Absolutely. And, you know, when we first talked about bringing this to Australia and the Los Angeles Tribune, and you and I kind of put our hands up, said, hey, let's do this. And he's like behind it straight away. And being able to showcase just not to other Australians, but to over 20 countries, some of the incredible Australian marketers, what a gift. And what we've got coming up next, wow, hold on to your hats, guys.
100%. And we've got some very dear friends and mentors coming from both of us in this circle. And I'm just really impressed by the caliber of speakers we've had, but also how quickly we were able to pull all this together. You know, like only probably about 20 days ago, I started reaching out and you started reaching out to people, and everybody just said, yes, let's go. How can we jump in? How can we support? And it's just been beautiful to be a part of this and help to pull this together. But we wouldn't be able to do it without really awesome caliber people who are really great leaders who are just bringing their best and bringing their heart. And I suppose I'm really looking forward to our next panel coming up, but I'm also really looking forward to probably what I reckon probably be one of the #1 speakers in Australia, Paul Dunn. And so I'm going to be really blessed to be in the interview seat with that. And I just can't wait to, you know, pick Paul's brains and get that awesome wisdom. I've actually watched Paul on stage probably for the last decade and a half, and he's a brilliant speaker. So we've got to strap in, and so stay around to the end.
Let's move on, Jeff. Let's get on to this panel, because I can't wait to introduce you to these incredible people. And I know we've got so much more to go, but yeah, we're bringing it, and we're going to change it up a little bit now, Jeff. We've been talking to people one-on-one, and you're about to go and have a chat to Paul, but these 5 guests, you know, they're marketing and business strategists, and being able to pull this knowledge into a panel, you know, just for, you know, a small period of time is just such a gift. So I can't wait to let's get them going.
So I'm going to jump off. I'm going to leave you to this, Jane, and you've got this, and it's going to be an epic show. I'm going to sit back and take some notes.
Okay, everyone grab your notes, and let's welcome these absolute amazing superstars of marketing and business. And rather than me introduce them, I'm going to throw it to them and give a 30-second introduction so that everyone can actually know a little bit about you. And, you know, when we think about the LA Tribune, and, you know, their whole mission is to inspire others so that it can uplift humanity, like these people in the room right now are doing that. So I'm going to throw to you, Kick-Ass Kylie. Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Thanks, Jane. Well, first of all, congratulations to everybody who's here live watching. It's an absolute honor to be here. Absolutely love you, and how many incredible insights. And to follow on from Dan Kennedy, oh my goodness. So hi, I'm Kick-Ass Kylie from Excited Entrepreneurs. And yes, my number plate says be excited, because the energy that you bring is going to make the difference in your life and your business. And the entrepreneurial journey can be such a roller coaster. So I'm really passionate to work with entrepreneurs to help them 10x their success with no BS. So that's me, and really excited to be here to serve and to share on the panel today. Thanks, Jane.
Wonderful. And thank you. And let's throw to another no BS person, John Hubbard.
Well, hey everyone, my name's John Hubbard. I'm a marketing consultant. My background was originally in video marketing and advertising, shooting TV commercials, and then moved into, I ran a business with one of our hosts here for quite a while, and that led into all the nice direct response stuff that we've just heard from Dan Kennedy. Dan Kennedy's a huge influence on the work that I do. And these days, mostly what I'm doing is building AI marketing systems in businesses in my role as a consultant, and primarily around webinars and sales events and sales videos, and basically conversion tools that are AI driven.
Amazing. Well, Johan, in the house, tell us a little bit about yourself in 30 seconds or less.
Hey guys, Johan Nagura here, and I love business. Building, growing, scaling businesses. I love using artificial intelligence, leveraging technology to achieve the work that most people can, we can leverage technology to now do the work of so many people with the tech that we have access to. So I'm a big AI, I just love AI. So thank you for having me here, Jane.
Enabler. Ken, over to you.
Hey guys, I'm all about helping small businesses get the most out of their most underutilized asset, which I think is their CRM software. And building automated marketing systems to bring in more clients is usually the highest return on activity investment or activity that any business can undertake. And that's what I'm all about.
Thank you, Ken. Wow, talk about very concise. You know your mission. Amanda, last but not least by any means, tell us a bit about it.
Thank you so much for having me. So I'll tell you a little bit about me. I'm a military wife. A solo parent, 3 kids. I am very under the pump consistently, but my passion truly lies with helping network marketers, specifically mum and dads, but not exclusive to, transform from 0 to 10K months, knowing that is literally probably the hardest part, where all of the 10 ugliness rears its ugly head. I can't remember what he called them, the 10, anyone want to pop in and
toxics.
Thank you. The 10 toxics. That's what we work through on the daily. So it's fugly, and I'm here for all of it.
Well, as you can see, we have people here that help you optimize things with technology and then optimize your mindset as well. But I want to take everyone back to when they started, because there's going to be a lot of people here that are watching this now and going, gosh, how can I utilize marketing starting again? And I want you to go back to, one of the things that you wish you knew when you were starting your business about marketing, or maybe strategy, because we've heard so many people talk today about actionable things they can do now, but we all kind of, didn't know what we didn't know. So I'm going to throw to you, Johan, if you want to share that with us.
Yeah, for sure. When I started my business 20 years ago now, I'm starting to feel a bit old. I used to, just because we had access to all of this amazing tech, I wanted to do it for everybody. So we were building websites, social media, and we were doing it for everyone. That was the problem. A couple of years down the track, when I learned the power of niching, I went, oh my God, I wish I had done this a long time ago. So the most powerful thing that you can do when you're starting your business is to identify your niche, stick to it, learn how to serve them, build out their client journey, and then do it well. That makes you stand out.
Yeah, that's great. Great advice, knowing who you serve. And what about you, Amanda? What would you, have told yourself way back then when you started?
Yeah, I would say really find your true self. I unfortunately got some really I know that there are kids watching, some really crappy advice at the start to, I guess, copy and paste a lot of what had worked for previous people. So honestly, for someone just starting out, share your journey from the ugliness of waking up with 3 kids and, pouring cereal and it going all over the place. Like, we really truly want to see how we got there. And when you get there, you really forget how hard it was. So you don't copy anybody else. You don't need to. You don't need to share what people think that you think that they want to see. Just share you and every part, all of it, all of the dirtiness, the messiness, the
humanness of us all.
Humanness, because you will forget how hard it was at the start, and then when you jump into even harder things, that'll just seem you'll just lose it all. Yeah, so share you.
I love that. So know yourself from Johan. We've got know your ideal client. Ken, what can you add to this?
Yeah, I think it was probably, I wish I'd learned a bit more about the freemium model earlier. So in the early days of marketing, it was a bit hit and miss, and I'd tried different strategies and different messages, and some of it worked really well. But if I could have gone back then, I would have said, look, make a bigger effort to put a solution to the customer's problems in their hands for free, and then ask for something after that. And I experimented with that a little bit in the early days, and I did it, but I didn't do it as consistently as I would now if I understood that and I had that knowledge back then.
And that's genius. That's exactly what Dan Kennedy just shared with us, is how can you put them in debt to you so they feel an obligation to, to commit to something, even if it's just downloading. So fantastic. John, what would you share?
I would share, I've launched into lots of bright, shiny objects and new ideas as we do as entrepreneurs over the years. And there's some that have landed and probably a lot more that haven't. And in reflection, the ones that have landed have always been when I've, rather than try and get the transformation for the world, when I've just gone, okay, let's build it to get the transformation for one person. And that typically takes the shape of a beta group, and going through, ironing out the kinks in the system, getting the feedback, and potentially getting some testimonials and stuff that way, and then going out to the world with that. So that's one of the biggest lessons that I've learned. And when I kind of track the times when stuff hasn't taken off, it's because I've shortcutted that process and tried to go straight to market without really validating it or getting it optimized. And when I've done that process, it's always worked out very well for me.
And it means you can get to market quicker, right? You're not trying to perfect things.
Yeah, and they become really ambassadors for you, and really help you grow, because you've helped them and got that transformation with them. So they're really supporters for the business.
Fantastic, Kylie. So tell us, what would be your insights?
Yes, such a great question. And I would say get out of your head and into your heart. Marketing with heart really is the real art. And, I spent 7 years at uni doing a marketing degree. And then when I opened my first gym, the actual what happened in real life was completely different. So we've got to stop thinking with our head and our wallet. And how can we serve? How can we connect with our audience? And, in business, we get bombarded with so many people selling the latest and greatest marketing strategy, whereas we just need to get excited about truly connecting with and helping the people that we serve. And how can we give more? Showing up and giving your free offer, serving, online. There are so many opportunities now, but don't try and think of what the best strategy is. Just think about the person you're serving and trust in your natural abilities.
So I'm going to throw an interesting question here. If you're going to pass on your marketing genius to your kids or grandkids, pass on to someone who you really care about, what would be the one gift that you would give them about the role of marketing and how it could help transform not just their lives, but those people around them? So I'm going to throw to you, Ken.
Boy, that's a tough one. There's so much when I try and wrap my head around what could you pass on this. There's so much. Look, I would just say it's continuing education. I would try and set them up with a reading list, a list of books and a list of experts, and say, spend some time, if not every week, then at least every month, learning from these people. Read their material, take it in, and try and encourage them to have that continuous learning journey for their lives.
Absolutely. Success leaves clues, right? So why not learn on the shoulders of giants already who've done it? So yeah, great tip there. Kylie, what about you? What would you pass on?
Look, I would say there are so many different ways to market your business. So go with a way that feels right and in alignment and authentic to you. I've had so many people, for example, say, you got to be on LinkedIn. I hate LinkedIn. That's just not, congruent with me and my personality. I love Facebook. So, that would be my big thing, is when you're choosing the marketing strategy, do something that you love, something that's fun, and something that's authentic to you and your audience.
Well, I'm going to throw to you, Johan, because you're always demonstrating to your children incredible marketing opportunities, and you've even involved these tiny kids up less than 10 in one of your latest businesses. What would you pass on?
The right offer at the right time to the right audience. That's from Dan Kennedy, right? And so you mentioned my kids. My daughter, she's 6 years old. She went to school. She came back, and she's got these keychains. I said, "What did you do?" She said, "I told everybody the day before, how amazing these noodles are. This packet of noodles is." And so when she brought it to school the next day, everybody wanted a piece of this. So she broke up one little packet of noodles into 5 different bits, and she traded it for these keychains. And she turned a 20-cent noodle into $25 worth of keychains. So that's power of marketing.
Obviously, learning at the feet of a genius herself. And what about you, Amanda? What would you pass on?
I have 3 kids. They're 11, 8, and 5. So they have literally been brought up with YouTube Kids. Like, they are entrepreneurs. They all want to be famous. So I shared a piece of advice, and I said to them, you can be famous and you can be rich for 2 reasons. One, you can have a really good skill set, and you nail that skill set. My son's a good soccer player. I said, mate, you can be rich and famous from doing that, and you can market your skills that way. I said, or the other one is you can be a D-head, an absolute spastic online, and you will still have a fantastic business. And just being weird and crazy and whatnot. My 5-year-old daughter said, I will take that route. So my eldest was like, well, I don't know. And so I said to her, what problem do 11-year-olds have? And she said to me, they don't like their parents. I'm like, okay, let's solve a problem that you can create a business out of and market the crap out of it. So she's still figuring out how to get new parents. But the message that I sent to all of them was, what is it that you enjoy doing? Because that's what's going to help you market something the best way possible. If you don't enjoy doing it, one of them said to me, I want to be on YouTube. I'm like, cool, I need to film you every day. Do you want to do that? She's like, no. I was like, cool, well, then that's not going to work then, is it? So really, I have 3 different kids brought up in the same household with 3 very, very different personalities. And ideally, they all want to take a different route, and that's completely okay. But the underrooting message was, if it's not fun, you're not going to do it.
Absolutely. Well, you're not going to stick to it, are you, at least?
Not at all. Yeah, doesn't matter how much.
Over to you.
Yeah, well, I picked up one of the things that Amanda said there around talking about the problems you actually solve, and have got a paid solution is a very straight line. If you're talking about the problems you solve in your content and so on, then that's a straight line to your product. But even what Dan Kennedy was saying there before about helping other people, if you can get that result for other people, the goodness comes back. And I think that's just a good business model in general. If you can, if you really have your credentials on the line and it's committed to the result rather than just all the sparkle and stuff around it, then I think that's a very good business model, and you can't go wrong with that.
Oh, and Kylie, share us your wisdom here.
Well, I already answered this question, but I can say as a mum, I have a 14-year-old and a 17-year-old who, like Amanda, my kids are polar opposites. And, the big thing is, I think the magic is finding something that you love, making it fun, but being consistent. When your head, has all the excuses in the world, it's putting that smile on your face and, the love in your heart, thinking about why are you doing this, who is this for, and then just showing up anyway.
Absolutely. And look, if you're watching this right at the moment, just put in a thought that you're taking from one of these panelists that you could apply to your children, or you could actually apply to your lives. Because I think, this is the purpose of the panels and bringing together such incredible minds in this field, is to share this information. And I just want to pick up on what you've said there, Kylie and Amanda, in the fact that, we often are looking for solving problems as people in business. And I'd love to hear the problem that you solve with your business and how you've actually found that and how you serve people. So I'm going to throw to you, Ken.
Well, I like to describe what I do at a fairly high level as creating order out of chaos. And I work with a lot of small businesses, in many cases, who are not necessarily very well structured, and they're not large enough to have maybe a specialist marketing person or a specialist technical person on the team. And so often when I come in, things that can be a little bit chaotic, a little bit disorganized. And what I like to do is kind of pull all that together and in the course of sorting out their technology, also try and infuse their business with some best practices just for marketing and for operations, and really turn it from a business that's maybe cranking along to one that's humming like a machine, and really running smoothly from there.
I love that. Thank you, John.
I think what I've come to see over the years is and it wasn't immediately apparent to me, is I think the problem I'm solving is I'm a translator most of the time. So my early days of video production, we used to work with what we would call non-professional talent. So just people who are subject matter areas in a particular area. They might be a car designer or something like that. And the challenge was to take what was in their brain and translate that into a format that was palatable to an audience, so that it was easy to understand. And that's been a pattern that's kind of continued through my career. More these days, I'm more of a translator of, I guess, someone's IP into AI, or sitting somewhere between the AI and the business's IP. But I think primarily I'm doing that to some degree, as I'm taking someone's expertise and I'm saying, okay, here's how we can rearrange that so that it can gauge an audience and not go over their head and not fall into the traps of experts curse, or talking about the stuff that excites us, but it's not necessarily at the right point for that person's customer journey.
And I think it's so important, like in this world of AI at the moment, a lot of people aren't experts in that, but they have their own expertise, and having someone translate and take the expertise and use the resources and the tools that are ever changing now to amplify and magnify their message is amazing. So I appreciate your service. Kylie, let's talk about the problems of the people that you help and serve, and how you do that.
Thanks, Jane. Look, I have been a business coach for over 30 years now. And one thing that I have seen over those 30 years is the journey of an entrepreneur and a business owner is such a roller coaster. And, when we hit the high, there's only one thing we're going to do. We're going to crash again. And then when you hit the bottom, it's, okay, well, how do we get back up? So it's helping people navigate that journey and actually having them get out of their head, back into their heart, making it fun, and actually getting real clarity on what is it that they actually want. Our business is just a vehicle to give us the way that we can make an impact, the way we can make an income and create wealth. And, so many people get stuck in that vehicle. So for me, it's about coming from an outside perspective with burnt out and exhausted entrepreneurs and business owners, and essentially give it a whole shake up, a bit of a makeover, and actually have them get excited about their business and make it work again so that they can actually achieve more by doing less.
I love that. Bringing the clarity. We all need that. Johan, I'm going to throw to you. What's the problem of the people that you're working with, and how do you help solve it?
Yeah, for sure. So we built a software, and the software, what it does is it builds relationships. So you tell it, hey, I'm looking for CEOs in Melbourne who love creating impact. It goes, finds them, starts talking to them, builds those initial bits of connection. Business is all relationships, right? Initiates that, and then allows you to build that relationship and take it to the next level. So very, very concise.
You find your ideal client.
Exactly. No need to waste time with the tire kickers, etc.
And the fact that you're using technology to have more of a human connection, like, it's genius. It's kind of against what we normally think, but the activation now of technology in allowing us to speak to more and makes that transformation bigger is incredible. Amanda, I'm going to throw to you. What's the problems that you see, and how have you then built a business around helping solve that?
Yeah, so I specifically like to work with people who transform from 0 to 10K months, as I said at the start, knowing that is probably one of the hardest transformations. And as Kylie said, it doesn't matter whether you hit 20K, 50K, 100K months, there's still this huge up and down. But I find the 0 to 10K month is probably the ugliest transformation, because we're removing so many old shitty beliefs that just need to die off. But the way that we do that is connecting them with experts. So just like we are here on an amazing panel with 6 amazing people, who all have a different skill set, a different expertise, can bring something to the party, we're all successful in our own right. And So what we do is I like to connect them to absolute experts and legends so they can take a little snippet of here and a little snippet here and a little snippet there, and they can put together their own puzzle, knowing that their business success is going to look very different to mine and very different to Kylie's and Johan's and Ken's and John's and yours, Jade, and Jeff's and everybody else's. So no one journey is the same. So I find that when I connect them to, you know, someone with a really masculine energy, I crave masculine energy, but then there are so many times where I'm having a mad cry and I just want a big hug from a real feminine. So, you know, I really like to put that puzzle together, but their own puzzle. So really helping them understand it's their puzzle. And if you get the right pieces and you put them all together perfectly, then that journey can actually just start to come to fruition.
And I guess if you're listening to this, the uniqueness of everyone's message, right? Everyone does things differently and they've found a certain problem to solve. And just before we finish up, I'm going to give everyone 30 seconds, maybe to share a marketing message that has really landed with you, that's kind of like the thing that drives you when you turn up for your audience and how you serve. I'm going to kick off with you, Kylie.
Thanks, Jane. I had a feeling you were going to go to me. Look, I would say that the number one mistake that most business owners and entrepreneurs make that's my menopause brain kicking in, that entrepreneurs and business owners make is they're just not speaking the same language as their clients. You know, and I love to talk about marketing as the butterfly effect. You know, our customers are caterpillars and our product or service is the cocoon. And of course, we know transformation in that cocoon is dark and messy and the meltdown moments on the floor eating ice cream. And it's our job to then help them transform into a beautiful butterfly. But when it comes to marketing and marketing your message, so many people are talking butterfly language and like you're just not connecting with your audience because they have no freaking clue what you're talking about. So
good point. I love it. Thank you, John.
I would say yes, totally agree. Talking the language of the client, meeting them where they are now, and education-based marketing, I think, is just, you know, it's evergreen, but you just can't go wrong with that. And my primary vehicle for that is webinars and, you know, setting up the problem before asking for the sale.
Perfect. Amanda, last little bit of marketing genius.
Yeah, look, for me, content gets attention and DMs close deals. So don't be afraid.
Don't be afraid. Have to wrap that. Ken, I'm going to have two words from you.
All right. Wisdom I heard years ago, and it's served me well, is remember that you will get sick of your marketing long before the market does. So be consistent. Stick with the message long enough to let it cut through.
Thank you so much to you legends, guys. I really appreciate it. Johan, we're going to just have to wave to you and your daughter. And thank you so much for bringing your marketing and leadership to the Los Angeles Tribune Australian Marketing Summit.
Thank you. Well, that was absolutely amazing. Thank you, guys. All right, we're going to keep moving on. We've got a lot to cover. So thank you. That was absolutely amazing. So we've got Paul Dunn coming up very, very shortly. And can't wait to rock and roll with Paul. But Jane, that was a pretty awesome panel, was it not? Like in 30 seconds, I'd love to hear, what was your key insight that you took away?
It is about being unique and having your own voice, not having to follow the path of others, but actually finding out who you serve, what makes you want to get up in the morning and serve them, and how you can connect to that in an authentic way. I think everyone there are just, you know, I know them all as incredible business people, and just the insights that we've just gained in 25 minutes with them is just insane. And go back and think about this, write down some notes, but yeah, that's just be yourself, really.
Yeah. Well, I can't wait to get everybody back for our next summit. So Jane, thank you very much. I'm going to keep going now with Paul, but before we do that, I'm going to bring on just a quick flyer here to talk about our next up and coming event. So if you've loved this one, this is our first of many events. We're going to roll these out one a quarter. And so this is the Australian Marketing Summit. And then next May 23rd, we're going to bring together some of the best in Australia here in the thought leadership and the leadership space. So we have the Australian Leadership Summit up. So make sure you save that date. It'll be a very similar format to this one, 4 to 5 hour show, 23rd of May. 9 a.m. till 2 p.m. Let's make sure we show up for that. And just whilst I am talking about events, we've actually got this event that Michael's been talking about for the last few episodes when he's come on, which is our evening with the Los Angeles Tribune. I was actually had the blessing to be on this a couple of weeks ago, and we had some really amazing people come up and show that show. And it was just a real awesome community event. Like, if you want to just get there and spend some like intimate time with Michael Silvers and probably, by the sound of it, maybe Mary Glorifield. I don't know. She might show up, but that'd be pretty cool. And if you'd like to get some sort of like real community and pick the brains of these amazing experts and just have some time with them, then make sure that you register for that event. I've just dropped the links below there. But let's move forward. I'm so blessed and so honored to be in the driver's seat here, and well, the host, if you will, to be able to bring on this legend. I actually met Paul for the first time back in, I think it was 2012, 2013, when I was actually working with Kylie Thompson at the National College of Business. The first time I heard this amazing guy speak. So, Paul, I'm going to bring you up to the studio here, and just absolutely blown away with your wisdom, and I can't wait to just be a student once again. So for those of you who don't know, Paul's a 4-time TEDx speaker. He's a senior fellow in one of the world's leading think tanks. He's a global mentor to some of the world's cutting-edge businesses around the world. His work has been featured in the Forbes magazine along Sir Richard Branson as one of the top disruptors in our time for business. But here's the real kicker. His movement, B1G1. And I've got to say, this whole summit summed up with one word. Energy and, well, actually 2 words, energy and love. And what B1G1, so it's bring one, give one. It's the business for good, has already created over 360 million giving impacts worldwide. Like, mind-blowing. So, like, Paul, you've actually touched 360 million lives around the world because of the way that you've helped businesses rethink success and rethink giving. Mate, I'm just absolutely in awe of that. What is the role that, it goes beyond sales in business and marketing to help people give back so generously? And why is marketing so crucial in that space as well?
Well, they're great questions, Jeff, and thank you for your excitement. And by the way, I'm not sure whether you can pop this in the chat. If you will, I'll pick up from where Joseph was. Put a 1 in the chat if you are really enjoying this. And you know what it's like when you go to summits. You feel there's guys sort of pressuring you to get to buy the thing and all of that kind of stuff. But what this has been a brilliant, absolutely brilliant conversation, and it continues to be that. And so I'm very, very grateful to Michael, the Los Angeles Tribune, and of course to you and to Jane for the Aussie part of this. It's I've been writing down words here. And the big word I've written, I started with enjoy, but then I've written joy. And I thought to myself, one of the things that's actually happening here is everybody who's spoken has spoken not about inputs, but about creating outcomes, creating transformations, and those sorts of things. And I even heard Michael, right, when Dan was on, and Michael said, let me quote, "I do it for the next generation." That is so interesting, because you get that it's not about yourself. I'll talk about that one in a little moment. And then was it Mo who said, our role is really to transform and then uplift the world. Just think about if being in business meant that you could do that. Well, of course, B1G1, make sure that you do. And then I think it was Dan. Was it Dan? I think it was, who said, what we should be is good news merchants. And so all... Was that Dan, or was that you, or was that Michael?
That was Dan. That was a brilliant mic drop moment for sure.
Yeah, where's the mic, right? So yes, so when we had this idea in 2007 about that, what if, just think about it for the moment, because it gives me a lump in the throat, is what if every time business was done, something great happened in our world? I mean, just Think about that,
What
right?
if?
What if every time an email was sent, some kids get access to education? What if every time we had a great conversation like that, like this, people got life-saving water and all of that kind of stuff? And so my life is a very joyful one, because that's what we help businesses do, to transform so that they create much better stories around, every time this happens, that happens, right? And that happens, as you said, has very joyfully created so far 366, actually 67 as of this morning.
Wow, there you go.
Million impacts. And that's like that's pinch yourself stuff, Jeff. So.
Yeah. It's actually like it pulls on the heartstrings for sure. And I'm reflecting, I'm hearing from, when Celine Egan was talking and Michael Silvers was doing the interview, the big key word is legacy, right? So, with customers wanting purpose-driven businesses more and more these days, but many businesses out here struggle to integrate that authentically, without trying to fake it. So how can marketers use impact-driven marketing to build stronger customer loyalty and deeper connections, but doing it in an authentic way?
Well, I think there are four key things in what you said. First of all, you talked about authentic. It has to be that, right? I don't really like the sort of fake it till you make it thing. I think we really should be authentic from the start. There's also trust, and the other two big words that you used just then were connection and impact. And so the question is, how do you do that? And I think the way you do it is and it's not about mindset. Joseph this morning talked about how all of that works and everything else, but it is kind of thinking in a different way. So, for example, it used to be when I took the stage and when we met, when we did that, it used to be that I would stand there and I would say to myself before I was introduced, I would say for them, for them, for them, for them, for them, just to make sure I got it off me and onto them. But then I realized about 5 years ago that even that was creating a division, right? Saying for them. But now when I come on stage, and by the way, you should know that for 90 seconds before I came on here, I was saying these words: for us, for us, for us, for us. And it's that kind of transformation. And once businesses get that, then what they're doing is they're creating something that is actually bigger than themselves. And so the way I think, well, not the way I think it works, the way it works is this: if you, years ago, and I think it's still valid today, we see a lot of businesses kind of floating in that sea of sameness, right? And we're all trying to use the same tools to get out of it, right? But what if it was simpler than we thought? What if it wasn't about the tools? What if we actually could develop some processes or processes, for those of you in North America, to move even the tiniest business from being standard? What if we could move it from standard to stand out, because it stands for something bigger than itself? And what if that stand for was not just a series of words, but what if it was seriously connected to impact, and impacts that you could make for just 1 cent? What if that was kind of like how B121 started way back in 2007. I'm so privileged now to have thousands of businesses around the world literally enjoying that moment. And I think it was Seth Godin recently who said something like this: it's not about what you sell, it's about what you tell. It's about the stories. And so what we need to do is to create or help people create different stories for themselves or for their businesses. And what better story could you create than, we just had a great meeting, by the way, take a look at what happened. 6 kids got bicycles or whatever it was. And so, and by the way, talking of story and linking that to what Michael said earlier on, way back in 1996, I beg your pardon, Steve Jobs, when he was at Pixar, he said this. Now, this is a really big lesson. He said, the storyteller is the most powerful person in the world. Now, we can forget the power thing of that, but have a look at the next line that he said. He said this: the storyteller, and this is what we all do. Think everybody joining us now, just think about this this way of framing things. Now, I don't think you're just the storyteller. I think you're actually the story creator. And we're creating better stories for other people to tell. But anyway, let me get back to Mr. Jobs. He said this. He said, the storyteller sets the vision, the values, and the agenda for an entire generation yet to come. Now, when you get that, you get it's not about you. It is about the legacy that as a business owner, we're able to leave. And interestingly, talking about legacy, most of us, I'm one of them, most of us think about legacy way too late. You know, we go, oh my God, you know, and we also think about it as if we have a choice. Well, we don't have a choice, right? We are going to leave a legacy. The question is, what is that legacy going to be? Is it going to be one of consumption, or is it going to be one of contribution? And hopefully it's that latter one. And then there's a way of alliterating that, right? So most times we think about leaving the legacy, but what if we actually thought, remember I said standard to stand out because you stand for? What if we do that same alliteration around this? So instead of leaving the legacy, what if we live it every day, every day? And what if we don't just live it? What if we leverage it every day so that our customers are kind of feeling it as well? And why would we do that? Not for ourselves, but for our children and our children's children. And that really is the great definition of legacy. And so what actually happens, you create a business that absolutely becomes a real force for good in the world, a real force for good in the world, simply by doing that which it enjoys doing. So that's why B1G1 members very proudly call themselves businesses for good. So
yeah.
Was that too long-winded, Jeff, or did
No, absolutely brilliant. Like, I could listen to you speak for hours on end. I know we've only got 10 minutes left, but we'll definitely have to get you back for this this leadership summit coming up in May to go a bit deeper in this. But
well, that would be lovely.
Just switch gears to the other side here, just to help our audience here around, you know, making the big marketing mistakes. You know, we've all done it, and you've worked with businesses all around the world. What's the one biggest marketing mistake you see business owners making today?
Oh, well, that's pretty easy, and I think we've sort of talked about it. I think that if you were to draw kind of like a chart, you would see new businesses who are, you know, trying to get it right. At the same time, you would see what we call like failing businesses who are stuck in that sea of sameness. And I think the number one mistake is that they're thinking about themselves. That's the number one mistake. So they're thinking about the inputs rather than the outcomes, right? And it's so many people today have said, get your head around, it's this bit over here. That's the crucial bit, right? And figuring, and that's where the stories come in. So it's creating better stories so that other people create better stories. The people you're privileged to serve are actually creating better stories. And that, what's interesting about that is that becomes what my friend Simon Sinek talks about as the infinite business. Yeah, he's great, isn't he?
Yes.
He's really great.
Yes. And I'm listening to you talking about impact and talking about legacy, and I'm reflecting right back to the beginning of this show when Joseph was talking about the 50-foot rule, you know, that just, you know, I love you, and like, this is for us. This is for them, this is for them, this is for them, this is for us, this is for us, this is for us. I love you, I love you, I love you. And that's all I'm picking up from you, Paul, is just your heart for humanity is such a big, bold, beautiful one, and I absolutely love it. So let's just
well, thank you. That's very nice of you. And by the way, it was lovely to see Johan's kids and to hear Celine this morning talking about that as well. And it's so interesting. You know what's really interesting is that kids get this. Just literally yesterday, I had a B1G1 member. We were speaking. Her name is Linda. She lives in Melbourne. And she said, have I ever told you what I do with my two kids? And I said, no, go ahead. She said, well, I have two teenage boys. And she said, I'm not sure whether you've ever noticed, Paul, but when you have teenage boys and they go to the toilet, a number of things happen. First of all, they take their phones with them. And second of all, they seem to stay in there for somewhat longer time than you would reasonably expect. So what she's done is she's used a little tool in B1G1, which is called the engagement tool. And she's printed this out on this. So I'm not sure what picture you have on your toilet wall, but just consider this. There's a picture on her toilet wall of three B1G1 projects with a little note above it, which says, do you know that you're sitting on the toilet? Well, obviously you do, but do you know that 1 billion people don't have that privilege? So whilst you're here and whilst you've got your phone, just scan this QR code and hit it, and something will happen towards that. And by the way, she's got the same thing now because
So
of the success of that. She's got the same thing of that on her fridge, right? Like, 1 million people don't have access to clean water, so we should be grateful for that. And then they scan it and bang, the water happens. It's amazing.
That's absolutely brilliant. Well, it's actually going to lead to my next question around marketing strategy, but I think you've answered it. But I want to go a little bit deeper around maybe how you can share another real world example of how people are, using like simple strategies just like that in the actual business world today. And have you got another example you could share with us?
Well, who was it a moment ago? I think, I'm not sure which one of the panelists it was, but I know where they were on the bottom of my screen. And they said, one of my big things is webinars, right? And by the way, those of you who do webinars, it's very, I play a lot with words, and I find words really interesting. And so why not, instead of calling them webinars, call them web events? And automatically, they have much more presence, right? And so why wouldn't you do something so that, at some point in the web event, you have a little thing, a little QR code on the screen, and you just get people to scan it. And as a result of scanning it, they make a choice as to where the giving goes, right? So, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, and just think about that for a minute. It is that when you're able to incorporate impacts in what you do, have a guess what people talk about, right? They don't say, oh, this guy's an amazing insurance broker, this guy's an amazing finance guy, this guy's or this woman an amazing accountant. What they start talking about is, and you wouldn't believe what happened. Oh, really? What happened? Well, I was there, and then something great happened in the world. So that's how it kind of plays out in real life.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. So do you listen to many podcasts, or probably what's your favorite book?
Well, yeah, I mean, I have so many. I'm down the gym at 5:30 in the morning.
Sorry, we've got our podcast.
They're coming up, right? And so, yes, yeah. No, but what else do you do in the gym? I'm down the gym at 5:30 in the morning. I have a morning ritual, and that's what these things allow me to do in the 40 minutes that I'm doing that. And that's the other thing, isn't it? There's so much stuff out there, that is now helping us, thank goodness, and thank goodness for technology making that possible. By the way, I think one of the other things that's very interesting is, there's things are happening so fast now, but consider this, it will never be slower than it was today. Just consider that for a minute. But I think what's so interesting is that what we need to do, and again, most everybody has spoken about this today. I mean, we talk about marketing and all of that kind of stuff, which is fabulous. I mean, that's, as you know, where I am. But I think there's something else there. It's like, how can we do things that bring back that beautiful human connection, right? That Dan was talking about, and it's that connection. I think it was Brene Brown. In fact, I know it was Brene Brown. You remember in that famous TED talk she did in 2010, where she said this, and yeah, it's great, isn't it? And that's why we also need to be grateful to Michael and the guys at Los Angeles Tribune, because just remember what she said. She said, connection, this is what this is all about, is why we're here. She said, it's what brings meaning and purpose to our lives. So that's why all of us, can go away from this incredible event. I mean, I've never been on an event like it. It's really cool, and just get that sense of, I'm here to help my customers create transformation. I'm here to leave a legacy. I'm here to impact people in new ways. And what that does, to go back to my original thought, is just imagine how joyful that is. Right? So business should not be this stressful thing.
I want to wrap up on this note here, and it's very, very evident. Like this last 6 months, I've been saying that community is so needed in space online and in the world today, even more so, I think, than ever before. And where I think the world it can be a dark place, and it's starving for love, it's starving for connection, as you're talking about. And I was actually reflecting back to a church message I heard the other week about listening with care, and basically Jono was talking about helping people to feel seen, heard, known equals loved. But what's the opposite to that? When you don't feel unseen, you feel unheard, you feel unknown. Well, what does that equal? You feel unloved. And it's like, that was just mind blowing. And the fact that here is, this is servant-hearted leadership at its best, and it's just, I'm just picking up love bombs left, right, and center. And it's such a, I've got goosebumps right now. It's such a privilege to be here.
Love bombs. I like that. There's
It's so good. Talking of love bombs, let me send you one, Michael. Thank you again for making this happen.
Oh, yes. It's by the way, Jeff, just tremendous. And, Paul, it's really, we take a really, every time I look at something like this, or what's the next show we're going to do, or if we're going to launch another country market, Paul, the biggest thing is I look at who's part of our team. And are they bringing the message of it's really about connection and community, and Jeff and Jane just sort of ran with this. And
what an awesome job, right?
Hold on, I'm going to bring Jane up, but give them a round of applause for really what they did, and for you to spend your time with us, and because your time is just as important, just like all the other speakers of everybody else. And we've had like 1,300 comments in a very short show. It's been a blessing, and Paul, I look forward to doing more with you, having you on wherever you want to be, and going and joining you again where you are.
Super good. Thank you. It's been absolute privilege to be here. Thank you for all you're doing, Michael, to make this possible, and to Jeff and to Jane for all of the work that went in on the background to get us all here. Super good. Super good.
And thank you for myself too. And also thank you. I was just talking to our CEO, Mo Rock, and he loved your message and just loved what you do, and great time together. So I'm going to turn it back over to those two. I just wanted to jump on and say thank you so much.
Hey, Michael, thank you. Deeply grateful.
And
wow.
Jane,
I have to say, Paul has been here since the beginning. I've seen him dropping messages during Joseph's messaging. I was like, you talk about bringing it. Paul, you're just an incredible, inspiring human that just models for us all how we should be. So
thank you so much.
Thanks, Paul. We'll catch you later.
Great. That is great.
Well, wow. I suppose I just wanted to take a moment of gratitude here for all the amazing speakers for showing up, but especially for, Mo Rock, our CEO of the Los Angeles Tribune, and Michael Silvers, our VP here, and just the amazing team behind the Los Angeles Tribune. It's such a privilege and a blessing to be a part of this amazing event. And this is just going to be the first of many.
Absolutely. And you know what I love? I'm usually at these events taking all the notes down and putting comments in. And now to actually, be able to bring this to Australia and really showcase, the incredible talents. Like 15 years ago when I started digital marketing, I was flying to the US to get insights. And right here, right now, we've already had over 10 people on here that are incredible. And we've got more to come, Jeff.
Yes, so we're actually going to bring up a panel of amazing podcasters with the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. And just whilst I mentioned that, like we've spoken about this evening with Los Angeles Tribune, previously. And if you haven't registered for that event, please do make sure you come and register. I'll just drop the link here in the comments below, because we would love to come hang out with you. And for all of our amazing speakers for this event, like please make sure that you all show up for this event as well, because we would love to, bring that community connection and bring that proximity and closeness, just like Paul was talking, about really just bringing that connectedness and bringing that amazing community together. So, Jane, I suppose I'll just quickly, in the last 60, what is it now? 4.5 hours, almost 5 hours we've been on this event. What are some of the big golden drops that you've taken away from today? Like, probably what are the best two? And I suppose we better keep it short and sweet so we can move on to the next panel.
Yeah, I'm just going to say orientation. Joseph started with orientation of the day, take some water, be in gratitude. Celine, she just went through to the orientation of being impact for future, people. And then we had Dan, and Dan's just like, be memorable and make a difference. Even Mo, who talked about the fact that the trip is now there to actually uplift others, to uplift humanity. And then we jump through to the panel who are all there, who are solving problems that they've seen people have. And then we've got Paul, who's all about, let's make an impact, 365 million impacts. This man and his wife have created through their business. Orientation for others and it's not about them, it's not about me, it's about us.
Yeah, and there seems to be a real through line come through it all, right? And it's that that energy that's transferable and love. I just love the fact that when we can make marketing feel about other people and help them to feel seen and understood, like that's pretty awesome to me. So really excited about this panel that's coming up. I suppose, what are you most excited about with this panel?
Well, I get to be on the panel and have you ask questions. And as you know, no one knows what the questions are beforehand. So I'm a little bit nervous now. After 4.5 hours now, I'm nervous.
Cool. Well, let's bring up these amazing podcasters to the stage here. So we've got Sally A. Curtis. We've got Terry Adam Munns. We've got Alex Terry. And Jane Slack-Smith's going to be in the interview with the panel. So let me just do a quick introduction and we'll get this party started. So we're going to dive into the world of podcast with these 4 amazing powerhouse women who are using their platform, their voice, to build influence, grow business. But, like you've seen through this whole theme of this whole show, create real, authentic impact. Alex Terry is the host of Conscious Leadership with Alex, leading high-impact conversations on influence and purpose-driven leadership. Jane Slack-Smith is the host of the Exit the Matrix. And I'll get these lovely ladies to do their own 30-second intro in just a second. But Terry Adam Munns is also the host of Tuesday Chats with Terry and Sally A. Curtis. Absolutely blessed to be on this panel with you today. Is also the host of Success Secrets Exposed. So let's just go around the room. Sally, I'll start with you. If you could just do your little 30-second intro, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. So I'm Sally A. Curtis. I'm a feisty, bite-sized content crusader, and I love nothing more than having great conversations with people and extracting their inner genius and turning it into bite-sized pieces of content.
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you for that. And Alex Terry.
Thank you very much, Jeff. And first of all, guys, you did an amazing job. I'm here from the morning and I love everything what we're talking about. So aligned. So I will keep it short. Look, I'm helping visionary business owners to kind of unstuck when they feel in this hard journey and challenging journey, feeling like, okay, I can do better. I can do more. I can have more purpose. I can create more meaning in the world and not just doing business for money. So helping them in that crisis to consciousness and uncover their true potential and what they truly want.
Yeah, no, I absolutely love that. And Terry, over to you.
Hi, thank you, Jeff. And thank you so much to the Los Angeles Tribune, the entire team who have put this together. It's just been phenomenal. I've been so excited to be a part of this. So my podcast is Tuesday Chats with Terry. It started quite a long time ago now, and it's a conversation that I have with other business owners to find out who you are, what you do, why you do what you do, and so that ultimately my whole purpose is about helping people to connect with their dreams and help them to create the changes needed to create that dream life. So the conversations all revolve around whatever comes. That's why it's called a chat. It's all nice and casual.
No, I love that. We're about to go have a casual chat too on the topic of podcasts and marketing. But before we do that, Jane Slack-Smith, I'd love you to do your quick intro.
Well, look, I started as a mining engineer and an explosives expert, digging gold out of the ground, and created a portfolio of properties, taught people how to do that, and helped thousands of people on that wealth journey. But I realized people were missing something. And there's so many things that have happened in the world in the last 5 to 10 years. And bringing together, the mindset and the AI and the neuroscience and the transformational kind of creative thinking into one place was where I created a business around business coaching and helping people having an aligned life and healthy, wealthy, and wise, all aspects of life. And Exit the Matrix is just stories of people with the sliding door moments when they realize them and inspire others to say if they can realize them in their own lives.
Absolutely love that. And for our audiences listening, I'm going to do a Joseph McGlendon here right now. So make sure you drop a 1 in the comments below so we know that you're interacting and you're here with us still, 4.5, almost 5 hours into this show. So podcasting isn't just about putting out content. As we know, it's the game changer for building authority. It's opened up so many doors for me, and it's helped me to attract the right audience. I'm sure it has for you too. How has your podcast helped you to grow your brand or your business? And what advice do you have for others looking to do the same? Terry, I'll go to you.
Thanks, Jeff. Tuesday Chats has helped me to just connect with my audience so that they actually get to understand who I am as a human being and how I operate and what I'm all about. And the other big part of it is I get equally inspired as my listeners do from the conversations that I get to have with people.
I love that.
It's such a beautiful. It's amazing how many people actually come to me and go, "Oh yeah, I've listened to you on Tuesday Chats, blah blah blah," and I don't remember actually crossing paths with them before. Like I am loving that part of the journey. Yeah.
There you go. So you're creating a connection, you don't even know about it. Cool. Well, we've only got 15 minutes left of this amazing panel, so we'll keep this moving. Sally, I'd love to hear your answer to this question.
Yeah, absolutely. For me, podcasting was a would you do it? And I dived in and said yes, and then scared the crap out of myself going, what next? For me, I think the greatest gift I've learned by interviewing other people initially was their ability to tell stories and how that impacted me and how I could see then for myself stories that I could then later share that were my stories that I'd never told before. So that's been my biggest gift.
So you get to be a collector of stories. Absolutely love that. And Alex, how's podcasting impacted your business?
I think there are two sides of that. First was the challenge that I had to overcome because I was scared to talk in front of people. And that was my biggest journey. And I was like, no, I'm going to do it. So that was kind of overcoming myself. And the other thing that came up later, I realized I met so many amazing people I will never, ever be able to meet all around the world. And we created partnerships, collaborations. We help other people together. And just what was coming up from that was absolutely amazing. So I'm really enjoying the journey just for that and really speaking to audience what they need and trying to bring people they actually wish to see. So it is kind of communication path for me. Yeah, thanks.
No, it's definitely it's a way of connecting and opening doors for bigger impact, isn't it? And Jane, what's your answer?
Yeah, it's interesting. It takes me back to what Simon Bowen was saying. It's about having that anonymous audience that can see you, like you, trust with you. And, my first podcast was, 2018. John Hubbard, who was on the last panel, convinced me to do one around property investing. And people still watch that today and tell me about it. And I goes to, it makes me think of I was taking photos and posting them in 2020 when people, were in lockdown. And it wasn't until years later, people started saying to me, you got me through just for those inspiring photos. And I'm getting the same from the podcast today. You got me through. And you don't know who you're contacting. You can count the apples on the tree, but you can't count the seeds in the apple. You don't know who you're impacting. And so you just turn up with love and you hear years later that you changed someone's life. That's why I do it.
Yeah, show up and shine and you just do it from a space of love. Absolutely love it. So every podcast has had those oh crap moments. I know I have. What's the biggest mistake you've made or you've seen others make in podcasting, and what's your best tip to help others avoid that? Jane.
Well, you could see that I'm thinking because I'm having one of those, I don't know, my oh crap moment. I think very similar to Sally, I just jumped in and said, let's do this. I'll work out how to do it later. And, you know, I tried different platforms and things, some worked, some didn't. But because the people who are on my podcast are genuinely, you know, turning up to serve with their story of sliding door moments, they are very forgivable when you turn up a bit late or the technology doesn't work. So I never let things like that get in the way. It's just, we always set the intention of what we want to create, and it gets past most obstacles, I find.
Yeah, and thank you for sharing. And Sally, what's been your oh crap moment?
Yeah, definitely an oh crap moment. So my podcast also streams live radio, so we're live. And my oh crap moment, which was a thankful one, was I love doing research. So I love doing research on the person before they come on board, and I'm a bit of a deep diver. My oh crap moment was when their power, they had storms and their power went out, so they were suddenly not there, and we were at the very beginning of the show, and I've still had, you know, 30 odd minutes, but had done enough research and was able to get the screens up quickly enough to be able to continue their story even though they weren't there.
Wow, well, you're so brave, especially to do it live.
Yeah.
Alex.
You're so impressive, ladies. I'm like, oh my gosh, I had so many things that I learned on the way, and probably my beginning were all crap moments, right? I didn't know how to prepare myself for the podcasting. I wasn't doing so much research. I was just like, let's meet people, let's do it. And I learned on the way. There is a part of the thing that you need to do, and that's research. And I have to have consistency. And, you know, sometimes when you don't feel it, you come to the podcast and you know you're not in the best shape or state. You can see it afterwards and you're like, no, this shouldn't go out. So all these things slowly learning on the way, I think was really nice to realize that, hey, you need to take care of your state. You need to be there. You need to be there for people, for the person that is talking to you, and really think about that, how to, you know, dig deeper to take that kind of wisdom they have and share it with the audience. So yeah, I learned on the way, and my beginning of the podcast, when you go back to my show, it's not the best. So
you gotta start somewhere. You gotta start messy, and the best way to learn is learn from wisdom from others and their experience. So this is why I'm getting to share. So thank you very much. And Terry, do you have any oh crap moments where people can learn from your lessons?
So I'm similar to Sally. For the first 4 years that my podcast has been operating, it's been going live only, and it still is at the moment. And I had somebody had to jump out midway through because a family member had injured themselves. Now, I deliberately actually go the opposite end to Sally. I don't research my people beforehand because I want to have that genuine discovery experience in the room with my people. Sometimes it depends on how much I know people, but I don't have the capacity to fill the gaps if they're not there. So anyway, thankfully it wasn't extreme, and we were able to we just did another one the next week. It was okay, but it was there's a little bit of adrenaline at the time.
So Sally, I'll go to you. So if you have
I'm going to jump in just for one sec. Sally, how are you? It's been so long. Oh my God. So I'm just going to jump in for one sec because I just wanted to let everybody know there's questions coming too, and I saw the questions that got DM'd about podcasting. And the simplest thing I would say to you is just reach out to us. We have the LA Tribune. I put it in there, latpn.com. It's our podcast network. We can handle your questions. We can answer anything you need, and we definitely can rock your podcast. That ain't a problem. So we've got leading us he would been the vice president of SiriusXM. So it's moving fast. We're having fun. We're a team together, and just connect with us. And back to this amazing panel. Over to Sally.
Thank you, Michael, for that little interruption. But yeah, that's really valuable tip there, because come to us and we'll be able to support you on your journey. And actually, I would actually encourage you to come to this evening that we're hosting next week. It's actually Wednesday, 1 p.m. next Wednesday. So Sally, I'd love for you to come to this question. If you had your time all over again, starting your podcast and focusing on the marketing aspect of this, what would you do different and why?
What I would do different would be to give more of the content away. So when we first started, I run a content marketing agency. When we first started, we thought it would be clever and the professional correct thing to do to say, hey, we can provide you with some assets. They're going to cost you X. Never felt really right with me. Didn't and as a result, it didn't work. So for me, it's about having a great experience and then us cutting actually some of those bite-sized pieces, because again, the more you give, the more you contribute, the more magic happens. So that was do I be business brain or do I be the contributor? And I should have gone and trusted my instincts, because the sign's behind my head that way, earlier than I did.
Yeah, that's some amazing wisdom. Alex, what wisdom do you have to share with us? You had to start all over again with the, coming around like the old crap moments, just going a little bit different here. But you're starting all over again. What would you do different?
I will probably focus on why I do it, what I do, what is my message, who I want to serve, and really do the preparation, right? Because before, I think I was sending the mixed messages, right? Like I had this person, this marketing person, this leadership person. I was kind of miscommunication to my audience, and I feel like I may confuse them at the beginning. So definitely that preparation, why you do it, what is your message, what is the problem, one problem you solve, and how you want to serve people. So what is the major thing? What is the personality behind, right? Like what do you want to show people? So I think that all preparation will be something I will do for sure.
Yeah, for sure. Preparation is definitely key. And getting your message right earlier on is a pretty powerful thing. Jane, what would you do all over again if you had the time to do it all different?
Look, I've had the benefit of having 2 podcasts. The first one, we do 6 weeks worth of research into each guest and create a beautiful hero's journey of questions. Very professional, and people still listen to it 5 years later. This one was really organic. It was like, I just want to ask people 3 questions about their sliding door moment, what happened, how it's changed their life, and what are they doing now. And it is a lot more conversational, and it feels more authentic. And so I think, for those who are thinking about doing this, turn up not how others are telling you to do it, but turn up about what you really want to contribute and the message that you want to bring.
Yeah, love that. And what about yourself, Terry?
There's probably 2 things I want to mention here. The first one is when I began, I underestimated the power of consistency, of just showing up whether I was there or not, like in terms of whether my mind was there or not, over and over and over again. And because I have a really organic, relaxed style of conversation in my podcast, some days we're a little bit flatter. It's okay to show that that's the authentic part of my journey right now. And the second thing would be to invest early in some kind of communication and speaker training so that you become aware of the messages that are being sent from your body, not just verbally, and also in the choice of words that you use, whether that's around filler words, use of pauses, all those other things, because then your message, like all these other elements that, the message around your authentic, like who you are, what you do, etc., becomes so much clearer when your communication is powerful.
Yeah, powerful. All right. Well, we've got about 5 minutes, if not 4 minutes, before we got to wrap this up. So I just want to give everybody the opportunity to just share one last soundbite. If you share into our audience here, what would be one last little wisdom bomb you'd like to share? Alex?
Well, you caught me again, like Jane. So yeah, I would probably go back to why. Just having reason to do that, because as Terry mentioned, consistency is very important. But when you remind yourself why I'm doing this, why I'm showing up, who I'm showing up for, and why this message matter, I think that reminder makes you more motivated and inspired. So I probably, I'll probably advise that.
Yeah. And I've always said your why's got to sort of make you cry. It's got to be emotional. You've got to have an attachment to it, right? Sally, what would be one last little wisdom bomb you'd like to drop on our audience here today?
Yeah, absolutely. And I've written this down from the collection of all of the conversations we've had, and I think it ties in perfectly with what we've all said, and that's connection to your genius. Really connect that to your genius in how you show up, what your why is, the whole expression of what and who you are, but also the ability to unpack your genius and unpack your further wisdom. So, I've just got goosebumps saying that. So, connection to genius would be my bomb.
Yeah. And Sally, just where I've got you quickly, how could people connect with you? And Alex, I'll go back to you as well. So if they wanted to connect with you, how could they do that?
Yep, best place is sallyacurtis.biz is the website, and you can find me also on LinkedIn. Same.
Yeah, awesome. And Alex, where can we find you on socials?
LinkedIn, definitely, Alexandra Terry, and also Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network, right?
Yeah, cool. And Terry, what would be one final wisdom bomb that you'd like to drop with us, and how can we find you online?
So my key message in all that I do is that you can design and actually live the life of your dreams. And it's your connection with other people that will help move you from where you are now to where you need to be. My business is actually called 10,000 Dreams for exactly that reason. So my website is 10,000dreams.com.au and my email is terry@10,000dreams. So
brilliant.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. And let's close this awesome panel down with awesome Jane Slack-Smith being in the panel here. It's been absolutely brilliant co-hosting this amazing show with you. And what would be one final wisdom bomb you'd like to drop before we move on? And how can people connect with you, Jane?
Absolutely. Connect with me and everyone here at the Los Angeles Tribune podcast network. But as a podcaster, we're in people's ears more than they're talking to their best friends. So, we have an opportunity to influence people and make the most of that message.
Yes. 100%.
Awesome. Everybody, give them a thunderous round of applause. Give Jeff a round of applause for leading just a great panel. And I want to thank you all so much. I'm going to take the panelists, guys. I'll see you. I'm clicking on you up here, and that ain't working. So, Jeff, if you can take them all down, that would be great. All right, fantastic. It's really sort of what a great day. And you take a look at how much we've learned and how much, it's still learning together. First of all, I want to thank you two for just running a phenomenal day. Give yourselves a round of applause. I want to thank you all, from the perspective of there's been so many learnings. There's been so much to really get from this, from all the panelists to the information to legends like, Dan Kennedy and Joseph McClendon and Paul Dunn being with us. And, it only gets better and better because it's the hunger for more information. But I always say it's like Selena and me talked about when we were supposed to talk about the show and we didn't. It's really the next generation. So whether it's your kids, your grandkids, your nieces, your nephews, the kids you take care of, the kids, whatever that is, it's really that next step that why we're doing what we're doing at the Los Angeles Tribune. And myself and Mo Rock really want to say thank you to everybody as we're on here. And why don't you go ahead and flash and let them know we're going to be back. So first of all, we need you all to register because your registration will drive your call with us next week. But guess what? May 23rd, 2025, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. Sydney time, save the date. We have the Australian Leadership Summit. Very excited by that. The other thing we have coming to Australia really quickly, and we're going to let you all know, is we have the Los Angeles Tribune Australian Journal. And the journal is going to be a big part of what we do, focused on Australia, focused on its words, its people, its community, its culture, its business, and anything else that needs to be presented from a worldwide perspective at the same time for you in your own community. And that's the great thing about what we do. And we're going to have thought leaders on there and other people. So, if you're a speaker, author, trainer, podcaster, small business, large business, CEO, whoever you're out there, these are the times to really listen, to be part of community. It's really interesting. One of my business partners is a very large CEO, and he only works with, $100 million companies plus, and his best friends, they got their $35 billion fund. It's pretty stunning. And of course they travel a lot, but he said, the interesting thing is all they're doing is getting together now. All they're doing is really creating community. All they're doing is saying, how can we make a different planet and really make a change? Because we know things are coming and we're not sure how that's going to look or if we want it to look the way it does. And I respect that. I honor that. It's not about, and he says, we don't ever talk about the money. We don't ever talk about, it's about what is the impact we're making and how are we doing this every single day. So all of you out there, it's just been a great show. We've got the next one coming up. We have the Japan show, right? Coming up. It's just awesome on March 19th. For those of you, you just go to the Los Angeles Tribune Podcast Network. We'll put the link in there again, and all the events will be in there. So you could just click on that under events and you can grab the events when they are. We'll have the websites up for that. It's been a great day. Why don't we do one more, Joseph? You got that one teed up at all? One more, Joseph,
Yes.
little 60-second, and
How
let
can
him
we
just.
not pull in
What was
Joseph
that?
again? How can we not pull in Joseph
Yeah,
again?
yeah.
Much
Let's
early.
hear from him for 60 seconds again. And he just wants you all to just be part of, and then we'll do last once around, and then we'll let them all go.
Awesome. All right, let's bring on Joseph.
Hey, listen up. Your future self is watching you right now. It's waiting for you to make a decision. Are you going to keep doing the same thing over and over again and getting the same results? Or are you going to finally break the cycle and level up? Because let me tell you something. The only difference between where you are and where you want to be, the only thing standing in your way are your habits. But the great part about it, the great news is that habits are reprogrammable. And that's why Malcolm Jamal Warner and I created something called the Make It Matter Mentorship. And here's what you're going to get once you step inside. Live monthly coaching where we break success down like a science. Proven, easy to apply strategies to take you from where you are to where you want to be. And a community of people who won't let you play small anymore. Listen, most people never take action. They never do what it takes. But don't be most people. Click here and get started. Click on the button and make the decision to make it matter, and I'll see you at the top.
And for anybody who wants to join us on the journey. I'm a student just like the rest of you. There it is right there. And I saw a comment while this is staying up for a minute. Peter Nichols, thank you so much. It was interesting that I was first on my Los Angeles Tribune. I listened to my first one, I think it was 2 years ago now. And I stayed on the same thing, Peter. I did the same. I'm like, how am I still on this? Because I have no patience. I literally, okay, you can pull the slide down. I literally have no patience for anything like this. And I realized it was the service piece, but I also realized they're like a family and a team, and they're having fun together. And I wanted to be part of that fun. So it makes a difference every day. So everybody, make sure you register also for the call. If you register, you get invited to the call next week. And we're just going to have fun. So, Jane, any last thoughts?
Look, today's has been epic, and I really appreciate, Mo and yourself and Mary in the Los Angeles Tribune, and just that authenticity around the fact that it's a communication opportunity for us to actually magnify the message that we want to have in the world and make an impact and inspire people. It's not about the fear and gloom stories, being a fear merchant, like Dan said. It's about being someone of impact. And I really appreciate this kind of all education, all knowledge, and coming from the heart service.
Wow. When you have nothing to plus it with, wow, Jane, that was really good. Jeff.
I'm just sitting here and just trying to follow after Jane. Like, how do I follow that? But if I had to follow, I'm reflecting on the last 6-8 months of being a part of the Los Angeles Tribune and the amazing community and the mentorship from yourself and Mo and Mary and the rest of the crew. And I just, the three words that sum it up are love, hope, and joy. And just being a part of this community, it's such a positive environment to be a part of. And to be a global impact. I don't see any ego in the community whatsoever. And it's all about how can we give back and how can we bring love, joy, and hope into a global community.
Yeah, I think it is truly that piece of the global community. It is the piece of us bringing this together. And you know what? As I say to everybody, this has been a great show, and I can lead this. I'll let you two finish. And oh my God, it's so cliche, I can't help myself. But Ozzy, Ozzy, Ozzy.
Oi, oi, oi.
You got to hear it, man. You got to. Yeah. So we used to do that actually we did a lot of Australian events. Ken would know that well. So anyways, I wanted to thank everybody for being on. It's such it was a great audience. It was a great time for myself, see, they're coming in with that. Mr. Mo Rock, our CEO, and myself for the Los Angeles Tribune. Let's give a thunderous round of applause once to Jeff and Jane. You guys were awesome. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you everybody out there. Thank you Dan Kennedy. Thank you Joseph McClendon. Thank you Paul Dunn. Thank you Simon. Thank you all the panelists. And if I left anybody out, because I always do, I always get an email the next day.
Celine.
Right?
Thank you, Celine.
Thank you, Celine. That's she was first because we just talked about she's gonna be on every show, so don't even think about that. Yes. And just thank you, everybody. And what we're gonna do in 30 seconds, we're all gonna clap it out. We're gonna end the stream. We want to thank you again. We'll see you on the call next Tuesday. This is not done, and then if we have so much fun next Tuesday, maybe we'll just do another one in a month. So, anyways, give yourselves a round of applause. Thank you so much. We're gonna take this out in 3, 2. See, I'm getting Jeff ready. 1, take us out.